out now, ain't then on the rival. Round up around, spit out, all over. Rhyme like a rolling stone, come in the crowd. Watch out the moon, they diss you loud. This what this sound and bombs whole ground. So round up, don't ease your pace, cause enemies brutal. Moment of truth, there ain't no truth. You're the only one war, one love. But the battle goes on, shadows all mass destruction.
Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down.
Battlegrounds right here. It's a man's world. Gotta get ready for this right here. Hey yo. Here's a wake, anger breathes out, face reality. Never be charity. The enemy you're fighting covers all society. Damn right, mommy's not here, gonna fight all night. Right here, shadow 10 o'clock direction. Seize the moment, destroy the nation. You rhyme slow motion, give me motivation. Breathe out now, ain't then on the rival. Round up around, spit out, all over. Rhyme like a rolling stone, come in the crowd. Watch out the moon, they diss you loud. This what this sound and bombs whole ground. So round up, don't ease your pace, cause enemies brutal. Moment of truth, there ain't no truth. You're the only one war, one love. But the battle goes on, shadows all mass destruction.
Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down. Oh yeah, down, 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 baby, baby, down, 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 down.
Battlegrounds right here. It's a man's world. Gotta get ready for this right here. Hey yo. Here's a wake, anger breathes out, face reality. Never be charity. The enemy you're fighting covers all society. Damn right, mommy's not here, gonna fight all night. Right here, shadow 10 o'clock direction. Seize the moment, destroy the nation. You rhyme slow motion, give me motivation. Breathe out now, ain't then on the rival.
Hello, in this brave new year. My throat is dying. I've got with me my new pen, my new old pen. It's really good for drawing, believe it or not. It's a pen. It's a cat pen. It's nice, isn't it? Look. I open it, and it's a pen. Nice? Happy New Year. Yes. And it draws so nice. It's my favorite pen. I'm gonna have to get more of these. Because it looks nice, and it writes and draws very nice. So I'm gonna use it to make notes when I study. This is gonna be my study pen. Because I like taking handwritten notes. And when I take my handwritten notes with my kitty pen, I know it's gonna be good. Good notes. So how is everybody? How's your New Year's been? Have you been partying or something? Tell me all about it. All 8 of you. Wow, 8. That's a big turnout. What the hell is this? Oh no. Okay, we're gonna figure it out. Don't worry. We're gonna figure everything out. We're gonna have to play the ultimate Ukrainian game today. Just so you know. There's an ultimate Ukrainian game that we're gonna have to play today. I have not been paid to play it. We're just gonna play it. So, how is everybody? How has your New Year's thing been? I've got a lot to talk about, but don't worry, we'll get to it. In due time, we'll get to it. I've been nerding out today. I've been reading and reading and reading because I've realized that I've not been reading enough. Been at home with relatives and was alright. Stalker? No. A more ultimate Ukrainian game. Stalker. That's not the ultimate Ukrainian game. There's a more ultimate Ukrainian game. I'm trying to rock it, but it's hard when I don't know what to do. What does that mean? What does that mean? You're trying to what? To rock it? What does that mean? Is this some US thing that I don't know about? Is this some inside thing that I don't? I have no clue what that means. Yeah, game. I'm gonna show you. Have to launch it, then add it to the thing. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna show you the ultimate. And if you don't get it, then I'm just gonna show you, cause it's about a tweet. So I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna explain it, but first we're gonna start the game. Is this my game? Oh yeah, I have to. Oh gosh. Rocket. Oh. Okay, now I get it. Now I finally get it. Allow access. Do you recognize it from the sound? Where are the options? Oh my god. Um, where's the game? I don't see it. What the hell? Why is it not here? Do you recognize this? Uh, yeah. The ultimate Ukrainian game. I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it in a moment, okay? So there's been this tweet, right? Well, not exactly. Not exactly just that. There's more to it. Okay, there's more to it than that. So there's this tweet. Oh my god, I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna show it right now, okay? Hold on. Hold on to your pants. Because I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what's what. I'm going to show you the power of Ukraine. One moment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I have to fix some things. Yeah. I have to find the browser. Hold on. Bird milk. My favorite. Okay, this is the tweet. So you know how some people are like, what's so great about Ukraine? Why do you even bother? Just leave. I could, of course, dish out 10 plus spectacular reasons for me staying here right on the spot, or I could just show them this. Spyro the Dragon Ukrainian edition. See, there's a Spyro statue in Ukraine. And so, by law of justice, Spyro is now the ultimate Ukrainian game. Do you understand now my logic? Do you understand? You will not question me ever again, will you? You will not question my judgment ever again. This Spyro is stuck on a black screen. Game capture. Add source. Spyro Ukraina. So as a part of supporting Ukraine, we're playing Spyro. Okay, I hope it's gonna capture it. I'm gonna restart it because it got stuck. Got stuck on the black screen. I don't know. Would not be an old game if it didn't malfunction. It's okay, we're gonna play it. But I'm gonna have to fix some things. The Metroid series. No, no, no. Spyro is the ultimate Ukrainian game. Not responding. Oh, Spyro. Not responding. It's okay though. You can respond to me soon. Respond to my commands. There we go. We're playing Spyro now. But it's still not showing on the game capture. Why isn't it capturing it? Oh, alright. Now it works. There we go. There we go. Oh. I went too far. I went too far. There we go. How do you like that? Okay, now I have to fix something, so don't move. Don't go anywhere. And donate while you're at it. Yeah, don't go anywhere. What's the Christmas gift? One moment. I don't understand the raccoon thing. I'm sorry. I don't have the context for the raccoon thing, so I don't understand it. I don't understand the raccoon thing. Alright. Celebrating Ukraine. No, no, no. This is the ultimate Ukrainian game. Yay. 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 Accept. Slava Ukraine. There you go. Now we're really doing. Damn. It's like being in Ukraine. Oh. In the world of dragons. Oh, the webcam froze. Again. And why is this quiet? The game's bugged out. And the sound worked just a moment ago. Why did the sound bug out? Wait. I'm actually back. Why did the camera die? I didn't. Did I unplug it? One moment. I don't know why the intro sound just died. One moment. It's so weird. I don't know what happened to the camera. One moment. I'll try to... It's technical difficulties. Apologies, one moment. I have no idea, it just died. It just died and doesn't wanna undie. It died when I plugged in the mouse to a USB. And then the camera just died. I have no clue. Oh, we're back. I revived it. Okay. There we go. You can play the ultimate Ukrainian game now. It's okay. Yeah. Yay. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was not supposed to happen. Yeah. No, 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 it's okay. Everything go, yeah. Okay. So we are in lush green Ukraine right now. We are visiting Ukraine. Hello.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Free
You're
10
welcome.
dragons in the artisan world, then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
Okay.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Who?
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
Nasty who? Nasty Putin. Going after Nasty Putin. Who are you?
Hi, Spyro.
Graphics looks different than I remember from PlayStation 1. Certainly. Oh. So Spyro cannot swim. Of course. As all protagonists of platforms. Oh my gosh. Already I suck at a game that I play. Already I suck. Die! Russian orc. Wait, why can I hit you? Got him. Got him. Is the game loud enough or?
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is doing? His name is Sparks, and he's helping and protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
That tells me nothing. That literally tells me nothing. Game is out enough, okay. You didn't tell me what it does. Or he. It's a bit quiet. Should I make it louder? I can. The setting is half, so, you know, I can certainly make it louder. Ah! Okay, get back here. How do you like the ultimate Ukrainian game? Oh gosh. No, we've got everything. We get extra bonuses from being evil, don't we? Russian. I was a Russian orc. You have to say 10 dragons in this round. What do the gems do, by the way? I have no clue. Oh! Extra life. There we go. Wait, these are doors. Are there any more dragons in here? No more dragons in here? I don't think. Oh, what's here? Is the game made in Ukraine? No. But there is a big there's a big Spyro the Dragon statue in Ukraine, so yes. There's a big Spyro the Dragon statue in Ukraine, so Spyro became a Ukrainian game because of that. So we're paying tribute to Ukraine by playing Spyro today.
rescuing 10 dragons, then you may use this balloon to fly to a new world.
Cool. Don't worry, we're gonna talk about things today still. But we need some relaxation because it's the start of the new year. We cannot just, you know, gloom and doom, even though it's technically speaking pretty warranted to be doom and gloom, but considering what's been going on in Ukraine for the last 3 days, but oh, a statue. But we have to, you know, be positive and appreciate what's beautiful about Ukraine.
And don't be afraid.
Afraid of what?
Falling from high mountain peaks? Plummeting into prehistoric glaciers?
Oh, that.
Yeah. Don't be afraid of Russians. Get him! Come on, you Russian orc. Russian intercepting. There we go. Gonna get all the gems. And the treasures as well. Right, everyone? Gonna get all the treasures. Am I missing something? No? Town Square. Oh, we can get in these places. This is in the same world. Is that a lot? Is there more? Are there more gems in here? I have gotten more. I'm supposed to roast the chicken, right? Roast the chicken. Oh, statue. There you go. Gonna save you. Forever. Oh. I cannot destroy this. Oh wait, I can with my headbutt.
Welcome to Town Square, Spyro. Begin exploring by gliding to that area with the bulls. Use
Damn.
the right stick to get a good look.
Wait. There's a bit higher statue here. Oh, okay. Oh! The headbutt is very weak. It's good for destroying chests. We're getting it. Oh. Ooh. Got it. Yeah, extra life. statue. We're not gonna get into the water. Devlin saved.
Thanks, Spyro. I had the worst itch on the tip of my wing.
Damn.
Did you know that you get your longest glides by pressing the jump button at the very top of your jump?
No, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Now I know. Now we all know. Nobody told me from the audience. Die. Wait, what? Who's mocking me? Someone's mocking me here. Who are you? What the hell? Oh, you're mocking me. What a butthole. What a butthole. I'm gonna get him. We're getting you. You think you're safe from me, but you're not. Roasting the chicken is the right thing to do, right? I'm supposed to do that, right? Oh my gosh! Thank you, haven't played Spyro since I was 15. Well, now we're playing it because it's the ultimate Ukrainian game. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Knowledge acquired. True. Knowledge and wisdom. With knowledge comes wisdom. With wisdom comes... Heroin Slava. Slava Ukraini.
Spyro, did you see a man dressed in blue running around here?
No.
He's a thief, and he's stolen a dragon egg.
Oh.
You've got to track him down and get that egg. Run, run! I'm getting a little winded.
Same. My throat hurts. For some reason. I haven't even put it to work yet. Oh, there's a statue here. How do I get here? Chicken! Get him! Get the chicken. How do I get there? Wait, maybe I can get here. Hold on. No, you cannot. This is an invisible wall. How weak. How weak. But it's okay, we're gonna get there somewhere. Somehow. Somebody knows how to do it. Tell me. I need to get here somehow.
Hi, Spyro.
But how? How do I get here? Maybe if I... Can you get this? Can you get here from here? True. But it's okay. No, you can't. I don't think you can. I don't think you're supposed to get here from here. I don't think that's a thing you should do. Or is it? No, it's alright! Leaf of the Wind. Glide to Secret X, Chief area. Okay! Alright. Got him. I'm just that good, I guess. You all should donate to reward me or something. Wait, what? Where's the thief? Where's the thief? Wait, did I get him? Did I get him? I didn't get him, did I? Hold on. Where's the... What happened? Where's the egg? How did... It just disappeared. Did I get him? What happened? Whoa. I died. Uh-oh. They just disappeared. We can get him now. Was that a bug? Where is he? Where is he? I think I got him good. Where is he? Where's the egg? Where are you? Where's the thief? Where is the thief? But I got him, but he just disappears. Where's the... I'm so confused. How? I usually do it well. Wow. First super chat of the year. Has glitched the sound, the game, and everything. What the hell? Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Never mind. Everything is okay. Wait, is the audio gone? No, it's back. It's back. It's okay. We're back. It's okay, the stream is back. So don't be afraid to donate. It will just break the stream temporarily, not forever. Where's the thief? Unless I've already gotten the egg. The audio's back, right? We're back. We are back, everybody. It is me. Lucy has a... And as you can see, we're playing the best Ukrainian game. Spyro the Dragon. Oh. And if you don't believe that, then you're not a real Ukraine fan. Ukraine fan. Where's the thief? The thief just disappeared. I wanted to get the egg. I don't get it. Maybe I'm just not destined to get it. How were your holidays? I spent them in the mental ward. I spent the holidays in the mental ward. What do you think? I mean, I sort of had fun in the mental ward, I guess.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. You can always check your progress by accessing the guidebook through the pause menu.
There's a pause menu. I'm gonna test it in a second. I'm gonna test this pause menu theory. Pause menu. Oh, we got the egg. Excellent. So we've done everything in this area. 200, 200, 441. Nice. We've gotten everything here. But yes, I've spent my holidays in the mental ward. It's not a joke. It's actually not a joke. I wish it was a joke. But it's not. Oh, we've got more gems to get here. Whoa, 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 whoa. What a resilient... Yes, I'm serious, yeah. I've explained it in one of my segments. Attempt at my own life. Mental health crisis. That's true. Oh. Bon. Yeah. Please donate to Luciaza. 88? Green one. No, purple one. But yes, many things happened these holidays. It was, you know, it was a process of healing. And I still have a lot of work to do ahead of me, actually. Alright. Receiving so much. I hope you're better. I am better. A bit. But I still have a lot of work to do. To be completely well. Listen. It's not easy. Uh-oh. One from 100. How many statues does 3? This place has 3 statues. This game does have a really nice soundtrack, by the way. I have no clue how to get this. Maybe we cannot yet. Oh damn. I was about to say this one looks tough, but it's a glass cannon weakling. I'll be always available to listen to you. Thank you. Boom. Boom.
Oh, it's you. I wasn't sure if you'd escaped those annoying little creatures. Of course they wouldn't bother me, but here's a hint. Their metal armor is fireproof, but a charge attack will take care of them.
Okay, I guess we're getting here. Oh, package and a gem. Oh my god. This one looks super tough. Uh-oh. Oh, one hit. Oh my gosh. What a weakling. Did you see that? 30 out of 100. 30 hryvnia out of 100. Ah. There you go. One hit. One hit pony. Oh. Oh! That's for this. Now we got it. Look, a key.
Spyro, wanna know a secret?
What is the
Use
secret?
the action button when you want to zoom in and look around.
Oh, your secret's safe with me.
How is that a secret? It's a pretty open secret. If you ask me. Key! Alright. Now we can open the chest. That one chest that we couldn't open before. Oh, it's almost time for HRT. Boom. Yeah, it's the first Spyro. The Ukrainian Spyro. Yay! We got a achievement. It is the first Spyro, yeah. And remade. Ten lives. Isn't this lovely? Aren't we having fun? How do I get out of here? Oh, this is the way. Darius.
Big enemies like this Nork with the club cannot be charged, but a quick flame, that should defeat them.
I see. You've told me that which I've already known. But thanks nonetheless. Oh, we need to get 10 gems. And then we're done. But also, we need to open the chest from the key. S1, the golden one. We need it. We need it bad. Open sesame. Oh. I guess those are just gems. Level 100% complete. Yay. Did you see that? I'm a completionist. I'm a so-called completionist. That's what they call people like me, a completionist. Return home. Wow. Wowzers, trousers. Wait, there's one dragon here. There's one more dragon here. I missed a dragon here. Where? Where have I missed a dragon here? Oh! Lots of fun, yeah. Only 10 gems left. One gem missing. Need to find it. Oh my gosh. One gem missing. Argos.
Cool flash. Do that again.
The artisan's boss is through a portal behind me. You can challenge him now, if you feel you are ready.
I'm not ready. I didn't even get the 100 gems. We're not doing a boss yet. Forget it. Forget it, Buster. Looking for that one last gem. I'm gonna find it no matter what. Is there a gem here? Gem! Gem, I think. No? No, there's no gem here. He did hold on to a gem though. We're completionists. We need 100 gems. It's our honor is writing on it or something. So tell me if I'm missing a gem. Oh! Maybe you're holding an actual gem. We're gonna drop a gem? Nope. Think we already defeated you before. Got so many lives. Love in French? Maybe. Maybe. Gem. Well, English uses a lot of French vocab, so you know, it's possible. You need to find the 100th gem. No matter what. I'm starting to be annoyed with myself. If you see a gem, tell me right away. There's a gem here. Oh, gem. 100. There we go. We're completionists. As all Ukrainians are. What does that do, pressing both thumbsticks? I don't get it. What does that do? Pressing 2 thumbsticks does it. Oh. Oh. Interesting. I didn't know that. I have 200 gems here. Oh wait, whoa. Oh wow. Oh, it's a statue. I guess we need a key. Davin.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power. When he eats butterflies, he stays strong, like me.
You eat butterflies?
Sure.
You eat butterflies? Blue gem. There are many gems here. 200. To be exact. Exactly 200 gems to be gotten here. Oh. Oh. Does that mean that no, that one I could not get. That's right. 69.
When you free a dragon or step on one of their platforms, you're saving your progress.
Oh.
That could be useful if you run into trouble. Not that you ever run into trouble, Spyro.
I super run into trouble all the time. But thank you. Wow. Running around this luscious green Ukraine.
After you've freed all the dragons, pass through this fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take you back to the artisan home. But first, Let me tell you a story.
No thanks. See ya!
Damn, that's so rude. Did you see that? No respect. What's wrong with a nice story? What's wrong with a nice story? I think stories are nice. Boom. Singing a magic, yeah. Ooh. There we go. Where do we go from here? It's time for my HRT. One moment. Wait, there's a thief? Another thief? Egg thief? Let's get here. Oh. Dragon.
Spyro, my friend, how about a hint on gliding?
You bet!
For the longest
Oh.
glide, press the jump button at the top of your jump, and try pressing the action button to drop down mid-flight.
HRT. Hey. Don't yawn. Are you bored? People left because I'm doing HRT. I need to do HRT. Don't be mad. Don't be mad because I do HRT. Wait. Look at this pen. One moment. Tuesday the 2nd, huh? Why is my throat so sore? Can anyone explain? I need to take some throat thing. Oh, I thought you could get even higher. Need to try the action button thing. I think that's it. Feels useless though. Almost. It's kinda useless to drop down when doing the jump. Return home? No. We still need to get the egg thief and all the gems. Oh, thief. Egg thief. Annoying. How do I get him? Oh! Oh! You can do that. Right. I didn't realize you can do that. Here we go. Egg got him. You proud of me? Oh. Oh. Didn't realize this game had invisible walls. Nice. Yeah. Oh. But it does, doesn't it? It does indeed. It does indeed. We need to get all the gems. It sneezed and it hurt my throat. I know, right? My hurt throats as well. I don't know. I hope it's nothing serious, but seriously, my throat is sore. I don't know what's happening today. Oh, it's not just today. My throat has been sore for a while. It's a thing. And I'm not proud of it. I don't know why I said that. It's not a matter of being proud or not. My throat is just sore. Why would I be not proud of my throat being so... Never mind. Never mind. My throat is sore and I am proud. I love Spyro. If you love Spyro, it means you love Ukraine, because Spyro is the ultimate Ukrainian game. Because Ukraine has a statue of Spyro. That's why we're playing the game. Trying to get all the gems. There's a gem here. Oh wow. It's unpleasant when your throat is sore though. At least a bit. Wait, what? What did I... How? 14 lives. We've rescued more than 10 dragons. 30 gems. Where do we get the remaining gems? Come on. Come on, gems. I'm gonna have to do the job alone, it seems. How has your streaming been, Arka? We saw you started streaming. I watched some of your stuff from the hospital. I think you've started when I've been in the hospital, which is interesting. I think so. I believe so. What a weird coincidence, huh? Oh! You're right. It's a good idea. Where's the well? I think I checked inside the well, but let's see. There's more than one well in this game. How do I open this? I think this is the remaining gems. I have no clue how to open this. Oh, maybe I have to, like... No, that doesn't work. Do I need a key? Oh, coffee. Wait. Hello, Rose. You've given me money and coffee? When? When have you given me money and coffee? Key. I think I need a key. Let me check. Yeah. Coffee. Ah, thank you. I funded the dentist. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I always have fun at the dentist. Maybe. I hope. I try my best. Also, my new goal is to get a camera and a laptop. I will ask Mirdian. Almost. Yeah. Tell me where the key is. Tell me. Tell me where the key is. Here's the key. It has to be somewhere, right? It has to be somewhere around. There's no... That's the last thing we need in this place. Oh! Yay! We got him! That's just where the key is. Yes! 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 Got him! I always believed in us. I think. Alright. I already got over the edge. Without any tips. Alright. Let's do this. Feel so smart. Wait! Oh, there's one missing! Oh no. Oh no! We're in the ultimate bind. Oh, wait, where's the... It's leading me here. We have to go up. Hey, where's it leading me here? It's so misleading, this little creepy fairy. Ah. Oh my gosh. You're missing one gem. One little gem is lost somewhere. That's the worst possible scenario to happen. You're just missing one. Ah, boy. I am. It just goes like this. Alright, let's go to the top of the castle. Let's go! Let's go! Was implemented in Spyro 2, but the original. But in here, on my controller, is just the left stick. Because when I press both, I just go into the first person view. Is it? I guess it is. Okay. I need to go up, back up again. Oh! Got him. Return home. I think we got 100%. Right? We got the map 100%. Yay! Alright. Any other maps we can do here? I think we've done everything, right? World 100% complete. Right? I think we've done all the zones in here. I think we need to defeat the boss. Guidebook? Yeah. It's all done. Hmm? Yeah. What? Let's defeat the boss. Let's beat the boss. Confront Toasty. Confront the Russian. Oh, work. Where's Toasty? Is this Toasty? Where's Toasty? Oh, this also has gems and stuff. So many enemies. Oh. I don't know why there's latency. There shouldn't be. Spiral latency. Oh my, wait, did I die? I died. Oh, no! I died twice in a row. That's embarrassing. Let's pretend that this did not happen. Okay? Please. I beg. Oh boy. Stupid mud. Ay! Oh, there's dragons here as well.
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in charge of the artisan world.
Bring him on. I think I smell a barbecue.
Be careful, Spyro. Toasty has many tricks up his sleeve.
All dragons found. Perfect. Is this Toasty? Ay. I think this is not Toasty. I don't think. Well, well, well. Ay. Ay, ay, ay. I don't... At least I didn't die. Wait, I defeated Toasty without being hit by him even once? That's... Whoa, 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 whoa. What? I didn't even notice which one was Toasty. What the hell? Okay, we need to get all the gems. We need to get all the gems. We're not getting home before we get all the gems. Be careful, Spyro. Toasty has many tricks up his sleeve, but I defeated Toasty without getting hit once, and I didn't even notice that I was fighting Toasty. So that's happened. That happened. Okay, we need more gems. Is one of these paintings burnable? Like burn hitting painting. Can you just burn at all the paintings? The one burns? Damn. Oh, the memories. I died. How ridiculous. Where are the remaining gems? Lead me to them. Oh. Okay. Ah! Oh my god. I hate those dogs. I hate those dogs! 100. Map 100% completed. There you go. We are completionists over here. Boom, 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 boom. A complete victory for all that's good. Yeah, we finished world number 1. I think we are done with world number 1. So we can go to world number 2. Incredible. Incredible. How do I save the game? Does this game have an autosave feature? Open Sesame. Yeah, because I have to do some weird conditions. Stonehill, burn the hidden pink tulip. Okay, we're gonna do it. Okay. We're gonna get the skill point, fine. Stonehill, burn the pink tulip. Fine, fine. Oh, you were in the Twitch chat. Hello, Greater Rain. How have you been? How have you been? We're playing the ultimate Ukrainian game, Spyro. As there's a big statue of Spyro in Ukraine. Okay. Burn the hidden pink tulip. Beautiful? No, 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 no. That's not me. Oh, what happened? What happened? What has been happening while I was in the mental ward? In the hospital? We're looking for the pink tulip. Yeah? It does? Wait, why does this stream make you smile? I'm glad. Oop. I am glad. I hope it's a smile, not in a Joker way, like let's put a smile on your face type of deal. Same people were in mental or while insane ones doing online drama. True! Oh my gosh. True. Hello, Karasu. I mean, I've actually been observing a lot of interesting things when in the mental ward. Like, I've been able to observe how shifts work in the hospital. It was actually very interesting. Like, the nurses and the doctors just made makeshift beds and sort of wherever they could find space, they would sort of create spaces that they could rest a bit during the night shift. Ah, thank you, Greater Rain. Thank you. We must find the pink flower. I think there's a stigma to a mental ward, you know? Especially since movies just portray it as a place where they lock you in a, you know, this safety suit and put you in a room with soft walls, you know? Safety jacket. They put you in a safety jacket. Need that in night shifts. I was doing that. Yeah. And it's just interesting to observe, you know? How people handle that and how people do their little gossip and talk, etc. It's interesting. It is, you know, I'm kind of happy I was in the corridor and not in a room because I was able to observe all the stuff much more from the corridor, you know? I was able to observe how the hospital functioned much more, which I found to be very illuminating, very interesting. Oh, okay. I'm gonna look. And there were some really dedicated doctors in that mental ward. Like, my psychiatrist was a very dedicated person, very passionate about his work. Very passionate. Although someone got the timeline wrong because they wrote in my final report that my father died 6 years ago. And I told them repeatedly that he died at the end of 2020. When you work in healthcare, usually your scope of viewing the world is limited due to its emotionally and physically taxing to work and care. Yeah. Although in this particular hospital, there were some really nice and caring people. And some of the patients from the past have returned to the ward to become mental health care helpers. That's actually a really interesting story. That one of the patients... How did I die from that? I spent almost a or more a decade in healthcare, and I can tell you it was an enclosed environment. I can see that. I can sort of see that. Like, one of the ex-patients returned to be a helper because she wanted patients to have more fun activities at the ward. So she started organizing activities. And the hospital offered her a job because of how well she was doing with that. Wait, I can? I didn't know that. How was I supposed to know that? Like, isn't that interesting? That a patient who got better decided to come back to provide activities for patients. And she did that and the hospital was like, we're gonna hire you to do this. Isn't that sort of cool? My cousin and I family worrying about our kids dealing with the holidays, says my parents are apparently having marriage issues. Sanitary drains, pipes are screwed. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Greater Rain. Okay, what I'm saying is you have many things going on inside that usually have less into the concentrate outside. Healthcare workers often face discrimination. Yeah, that's true. And in the when it comes to mental healthcare, the mental ward, you have you have patients that are in really severe state and they fight with the doctors, you know? And that's a problem because the doctor has to be understanding and, you know that it's just a part of the sickness, the illness. The fact that the patient is so fighting with the doctor that wants to help them, you know? Actually, my psychiatrist told me that a huge part of what made me sort of quote-unquote successful is that I accepted my role as a patient and didn't fight it, sort of, you know? That I sort of entered the role of a patient without trying to... What's the term? I didn't try to resist the process. Oh yeah, that's the word. Gonna punch myself too from dementia. Oh yeah. That can be really tough. The only dementia patient that I saw was that 90-year-old something elderly lady. And she would come to my bed and ask me, where am I? Why am I here? And would say, Miss, you have to understand that I lived through the war. And she would ask me, Miss, have I committed a crime? What will happen to me? Where? I had World War II veterans. We had a World War II civilian. Quite feisty ones. I can imagine. Working in healthcare, really tough. You know? I must say that I had a really positive experience with the hospital. You know? And there's the extra fact that it was... Oh. Okay, skill point acquired. There's the extra fact that it was all for free. It's just mind-blowing that such good care is just for free. Without any strings attached. I don't know. Pretty amazing, if you ask me. Had a bomber Bible with straight punches. He did not hit me, but hit my friend straight up. That she was... Oh my gosh, that's tough. As to me, as I followed, the hospital is indeed a good place. Yeah, this was a really good hospital. with real caring staff. No, you were helpful. You were helpful. I knew where to... I knew the general area where to look. You were helpful. So let's look for the exit now. Yeah, and... not just the... I mean... Some of the nurses misgendered me all of the time. You know, they called me sir. They were like, here's your estrogen, sir. But... but on the other hand, all the doctors and some nurses were really nice to me and called me Lucy and etc. So I think the benefits far outweighed the cons. The pros far outweighed the cons when it comes to that particular hospital. Especially since the psychologist that was assigned to me went out of her way to get me a second psychologist that specializes in talking to trans people. You know? So I had an extra psychologist from a trans org that specializes with working with trans people who spoke to me. And she actually asked the nurses not to misgender me. And she said she was scolded by the nurses for doing that. Oh, we already got this. Frankly, private healthcare often could be worse than public ones. Pupa homes I work with was some... Oh, yeah. In Poland... I have to explain this. I sneezed twice. Someone just said something nice about me. I have to explain this. In Poland, there's actually a thin line between private and public. The nurses told the psychologist that in my documents it says dead name and it says man, so they cannot just, you know, use my preferred stuff. But somehow the doctors could no problem, so I don't know. So in Poland, private and public often happen in the same place. You have the same doctors, but if you pay, and you pay a lot, you don't wait, that's one thing, and I think you have perks like better food and stuff. My mom, when she was in the rehab place, right after the surgery, they did a test on her, and you always have pretty bad test results right after surgery. But the doctors seem to have forgotten it and told my mom that she has blood cancer and that she should get a biopsy right away because it's almost guaranteed that she has like a blood cancer. And my mom said, listen, the tests are always bad after surgery. Can you just redo my tests, please? And they did. And she does not have blood cancer. The doctor was like, oh yeah, you're right. We might as well redo the test now. Same in Hungary, and there is a black market payment custom too from 89. Especially in maternity here, it is very expensive to be pregnant in Hungary. I'm not sure how it is in Poland right now. Not actually sure how it goes in Poland. Okay, what's this? Dark Hollow. Dark Hollow. There's nothing in here. Oh wait, no, never mind. Where is the Dark Hollow? I don't even see it here. There's not a challenge for here. They said she panicked on the phone about Russians invading Poland, right? Oh yeah. She told me recently that, well, she didn't panic. She told me in a bitter, sarcastic tone that the war is coming and the Russians are just gonna kill us all. My mom is starting to say that Russia is coming and they're gonna kill us all. Because she says that the West is turned on Ukraine. Which is not exactly totally incorrect, by the way. The US has turned on Ukraine via the Republican Party. And the EU has turned on Ukraine via Orban. In Hungary, you're expected often to pay money in envelopes to healthcare workers in public healthcare, otherwise you are not getting good care. And this goes back to communist. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Things like corruption are super tied to communism for some reason. Quote unquote communism. Marxism, Leninism, I should say. I don't know why. Because of course, Vietnam is also extremely corrupt. Like some things that you have to normally wait for, you can sort of speed up if you know, if you give a little something. Have to cover Dylan's Hungary Ukraine video on the UC. We could do it today if you want. Shall we do it today? Although we could do it today, maybe. We could learn some stuff about Hungary. Oh yeah. I cannot speak at all. I cannot speak to that, Lucy. Yes, corruption exists after too, and very massive now in Hungary. So not sure if it's about linked to Marxism, Leninism. It's usually. Yeah, but it's usually an artifact of the mentality that was sort of created during the Marxist-Leninism time. So I'm gonna be specific. I'm gonna be specific here, and I'm gonna say town square. All bulls stuck. I don't know what that means. All bulls stuck. I have no idea what that means. I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna be real specific. I'm gonna say that a country being Marxist-Leninist is usually correlated with high levels of corruption. Poland was super corrupted. Ukraine developed super corruption. Oh. I guess that's fair. I can say that the corruption in Poland was like super tied to the pre-1989 mentality, which Poland had to curb actually in order to join the European Union. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with these balls. I have no idea. I don't know how to get the skill point here. Well, not a relic of the past. Well, there's a lot of carryover mentality. If that makes sense. There's a lot of cultural, I don't know, well, maybe not cultural, but there's a lot of mentality that carried over even after the system change. Especially when it comes to stuff like, not even corruption, bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is a huge example of carried over mentality from the old system to the new. Where basically people still sort of operated on a bureaucratic level as if the system was still as it was. You know? Especially the people that used to work still in the old system and carried over to the new one. Those are the most annoying people to deal with when you want to, you know. Yeah, but it's not about the bureaucracy being massive. Like it's hard to explain. It's about the bureaucrats really standing in your way when you want to do anything. Like being a pain, checking your every dot, checking your every comma, and just giving you your paperwork back to correct 1,000,000 times. Headbutt the balls? Oh, okay. I don't know. I know that Poland was super corrupt, Vietnam is super corrupt. Ukraine is corrupt. I'm not saying that Marxism-Leninism invented corruption, but there seems to be a pretty big correlation. What do you think how benefit system of immigration works in UK, Lucy? I actually don't know. I actually cannot speak to that. I actually have no idea. I can tell you how it works in Poland, though. Immigration system. I can tell you how it works in Poland because I helped my friend in helping foreigners to get legalization as his part of his business. And you have to line up like the day before at the office and spend the night in a long line, you know, to get to do what you want to do. That was so wild. I actually once saved the line for my friend at night. I stayed all night and in the morning he came to sort of take the line from me. I mean, that's fair, I guess. I guess I am sort of... yeah. I guess I am giving a little bit of a simplified picture. But I think it's still fair for me to say that Marxist-Leninist systems often correlated to corruption, even if after the change a new sort of corruption sort of emerged, different type. Oh damn. Yeah, I'm doing a special challenge. Oh. Poland actually did a pretty good job with refugees from Ukraine, you know? There's a special number that all Polish people have called the PESEL. I have it as well. It consists of your date of birth plus some numbers, okay? And Ukrainian people who are refugees who come to Poland can apply for this number. So they get the same number as Polish people have. And then they can get access to all of the social benefits that Polish people get. So for example, if a Ukrainian has children, then they can apply for, what's the term? A special funding, 500 plus. So they get 500 zlotys for every child per month. Which is what the Confederacy, the fascistic party or the Nazi party, quite frankly, has been really angry about. You know? No, that's, yeah, the privatization. There was a lot of abuse with the privatization stuff. You know? Yeah, child benefit. There's this benefit called 500 plus, yeah. For every... hope this is not visible on stream. Someone chatting me up on... It's not visible, right? Yeah, benefits. That sounds like not enough for per kid per month. It's not super. You know, it's better than nothing. I think now they've upgraded it to 800. Now that I think about it, or something. Oh, thank you, Fake Alec Parker. You can see the child benefit. Oh yeah, the chat, you can see it, okay. Thank you. It did not crash the thing. Okay. Oh boy. But thank you. Thank you very much for the New Year's. The New Year's. That. Yeah, because it crashed. The $5 donation crashed the thing. Now the sound should be okay and back. Thank you. Oh boy. The last bull. Skill point acquired. Here we go. Happy New Bears. Happy New Bears indeed. Happy New Bears indeed. We've talked a bit about healthcare. Work over, rejoice. The giggling in the game. I'm giggling in the game. Peacekeeper. Hallelujah, Arkal. Shall we take a break from gaming and do some segments? Write in the chat, Spyro or segments. We do have some segments to talk about today. One of them might or might not be a video about Hungary and Orban, so that Karasu can educate us actually on the topic. I have to vote, as always. I'm allowing you to vote. Spyro. Oh, I didn't expect that. People like me for Spyro more than for my knowledge in politics, I guess, and history and stuff. That's true. That's true, Arkar. But only one person voted, so... They're both pretty cool. I'm hungry. Well, the issue is that I might need to go to a maps class at times, so I'm not covering the Hungarian one. Okay, we're gonna do it some other time then. Gonna do some other time then. Oh boy. Yep. Oh wait, what do I do here, Toasty? Is that even a thing here? No. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything... I don't think there are any more skill points for me to get here. I really don't. You know, that's just annoying. An exam. Those dogs are the worst. Yeah, I guess we're going to the new world. People don't want me to do politics. People just want me to do... Okay. And January 2nd, 20th, maps. Okay, that's fair. Tell me if you want me to do segments or more Spyro though. I need to know democracy is at stake, you know? It's about democracy. My loyalty is to the Republic, to democracy. Just like Obi-Wan Kenobi. You want me to do it with the police? I want you to do politics. I want you to do fake Alec Cole Parker wants me to do the police. I don't know why. Fake Alec Cole Parker is a fan of the police. This is Democracy Manifest. Do you know how big of a problem Poland had with the police recently? With police incompetence? Like, they arrested a person, they didn't search him, they put him in the police car, and he just took out a gun and shoot the policeman. So, yeah. The New World, yeah. And there's such a shortage in police that candidates that have been rejected because they were deemed not fit to join the police force were called and they were told, so a while back you wanted to join the police and you were rejected. Do you want to join now? That actually happened in Poland. Because there's such a shortage in people that want to become police that they have to call the candidates that were previously rejected and be like, so, you still want in? You still want in? We're hiring. That is so sad. The state of the Polish police. It's actually sad. All right.
Wow,
We're gonna go to the New World and then we're gonna do segments.
you may travel to the Peacekeeper's world if you like. Are you ready to go?
I'm getting sleepy. I think I'm growing. If you know what I mean. I'm getting dizzy from this. What is democracy? That's something to do with young men killing each other, I believe. Who guess what this is from? Get a point. I'll give other people a chance to guess where this is from. I'll give other people a chance. Of course I know where this is from, but I'll give others a try. Oh, what is the title? Titan.
Welcome to Peacekeepers. Look how our treasure has been stolen and turned against us. Please, recover our treasure, Spyro.
Collect treasure. Got it.
Okay, we're finishing. I hope it saved progress. Okay, it saved progress. All right, we did it. We've done it. We're guessing who said democracy is something about people killing each other. Oh, that actually sounds pretty familiar. Actually, that title actually sounds pretty familiar to me. It's not... Oh, okay. Thank you, Arkael. Okay, we can get to some substantive stuff. We're gonna do the most important thing that we can, which is grooming the hair. Johnny got his gun, a film from 1971 that is featured in Metallica's one and inspired the song itself. Okay, I had no idea. I had no clue. I guess this is as good time as any. Lucy's a group. That's not funny. That's even less funny than the war tourist thing. That's even worse. Gabrielle thing on a jig. I don't know what to do with you and your humor. First you do the war tourist thing, and now you do a groomer thing. My hair is regrowing, hopefully. Great anti-war movie. Sorry. That's nice. So I guess this is as good time as any to sort of talk about what's been happening for the last 3 days in Ukraine. So I guess I gotta ask the audience, how much do you know about what's been happening in Ukraine for the last 3 days or so? How far are you in tune with the recent happenings? Do you know how Ukraine has celebrated New Year's? And today, for that matter, you know what's been happening? Do you know what's happening in Ukraine? Bombs. That's right. That's right. Ukraine has been bombed day after day, night after night. New Year's has been drones and bombs. Today has been an air raid alarm as well. You know? That's basically been the life of Ukrainian people for the last few days. The most intensive bombing campaigns in this war. One day was 158 missiles, which we've already covered on stream. And since then, Russia has been just relentlessly bombing cities like Kharkiv and Kiev and many other. Like the whole map of Ukraine, which shows you which areas of Ukraine are endangered for bombing, or basically the entire country is red. The entire country is marked for missile strikes. And someone even gave a interesting theory that Russia is trying to strike F-16 hangars. You know? I'm gonna try to look up an article about that, but it's just been... And one night attack has been estimated to be like over $600 million. Let that sink in. One night attack by Russia has been estimated to cost like $600 plus. Which just demonstrates a few things. About the ineffectiveness of the sanctions. That's a big one. How somehow Russia still gets weapon parts from certain Western countries. That's another. Why News. There we go, we can read this. My throat really hurts. Oh, it's still on his. Oh, yeah. Yeah. On New Year's Eve, Russia launches new strikes on Ukraine. And it also launches strikes past New Year's. It launched strikes just today in Kharkiv, and people had to hide in the corridors, go to the shelters. There's a photo of a wounded mother, hiding her child in the bathtub. You know? See, have you heard of Tsars Kazmitron? He's made a 3-part series about the origins of the war in Ukraine and Putin's power. It's really good. We might check it out. Although the origins of Ukraine, Russia, sort of antagonistic status goes way before Putin. Russian airstrikes hit the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv Sunday, injuring at least 28 people and damaging residential buildings, hotels, a kindergarten, and administrative buildings. In the central Ukrainian region of Kirovohrad, another Russian attack Sunday damaged power lines and non-residential building, the region's governor reported. The Kirovohrad region is again under enemy fire. Andriy Raykovich, wrote on the Telegram messaging app, adding that air defenses had been engaged on the last day of the year. Ukraine's Air Force said it shot down 21 of 49 Russian drones, so you can see that a lot of them actually went through. In a statement, Russia said it struck the former Kharkiv Palace Hotel and the headquarters of the Ukrainian security service for the Kharkiv region in retaliation for Ukraine's airstrikes on the Russian city of Belgorod Saturday, which is laughable, to be honest, considering that Russia has been just attacking Ukrainian civilians from day one of the invasion. Ukrainian civilians have been a target of bombing. And let's not forget about Bucha and other places like that, right? So Russia, speaking of retaliation, is just laughable. Vyacheslav Gladkov, governor of the Belgorod region, wrote on Telegram that the number of dead in the area has risen to 24 people, with 108 injured and scores of apartment buildings damaged. Oh yeah, the West is really dropping the ball, fake Alec Parker. With the aid, like the Republican Party blocking aid completely in the US, Orban blocking aid in Hungary. Yeah, things are bad, to say the least. Things are pretty bad. Russia requested a meeting Saturday of the UN Security Council on what it called Ukraine's indiscriminate attacks on Belgorod and alleged Ukraine had used cluster bombs. It provided no additional information, and the Associated Press was not able to verify its claims. We unequivocally condemned all attacks on cities, towns, and villages in Ukraine and in the Russian Federation, said Khaled Kiari, Assistant Secretary General in the UN Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs. Attacks against civilians and civilian infrastructure violate international humanitarian law, are unacceptable and must end now, he said Saturday. The Security Council also met Friday at the request of Ukraine and 36 other UN member states. Council members condemned Russia's barrage on Kharkiv civilians and infrastructure. And it's happening day after day, mind you. Every single day, cities are being bombed. So again, the claim that it's all in retaliation is just laughable at best. On Friday, Russia launched its biggest air assault since February 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine. Ukrainian officials said Russia killed at least 41 civilians, wounded at least 160, and left an unknown number buried in the rubble across Ukraine in a barrage that included 158 missile and drone attacks. The death toll is still growing from that particular attack. After Russia's massive bombardment on Ukraine Friday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukraine is fighting for its life, which is true. That has also been true from day one of the invasion, to be quite honest. Putin New Year address. In a pre-recorded New Year's address to the nation, Russian President Vladimir Putin praised Russia's united society and stressed that Russia will never back down in its war on Ukraine, even though actually Putin has not used the word Ukraine in his address even once, and has not mentioned the war even once, and has not even used the phrase special operation even once in his New Year's address. Just keep that in mind. he avoided using these terms altogether. Putin's video address, under 4 minutes long, was significantly shorter than the New Year's speech he gave last year, according to state news agency RIA Novosti. The first to see it were residents of Kamchatka Peninsula and the Chukotka region in Russia's far east, some 9 hours ahead of Moscow. What united us in the fate of the fatherland, a deep understanding of the highest significance of the historical stage through which Russia is passing, the president said while praising Russian citizens' solidarity, mercy, and fortitude. He also lauded Russia's armed forces involved in what the Kremlin has coined its special military operation in Ukraine. But he did not use the term during his address. He did not say war, special operation, or he did not even utter the word Ukraine once in his address. Just, again, keep that in mind. He also, we are proud of you. You're heroes. You feel the support of the entire people, Putin said. Zelensky address. In his video address Sunday, Ukraine, Zelensky said he awarded nearly 700 warriors and medics for service to their country. He also thanked everyone who worked tirelessly on Ukraine's defense. Everyone who uses the new year to complete another fundraiser for the guys on the front line. I thank everyone who works and will work at our defense enterprises 7 days a week, and everyone who will continue to communicate with Ukraine's partners on January 1st, tomorrow, without wasting time, so that next year our country will have as many capabilities as possible to fight the Russian evil, he said. President Zelensky said Saturday that Ukraine is preparing to produce more weapons next year, which, again, we have to remember that Ukraine producing weapons on its own strains Ukraine's budget. So Ukraine really needs aid in order to be able to keep its budget, its economy going, right? Russian casualties in Ukraine. The British Defense Ministry said Saturday in its daily intelligence update on Ukraine that the daily number of Russian casualties in Ukraine, dead and wounded, has risen by almost 300% per day compared with 2022. The increase in the number of casualties was reported to the British Ministry by Ukraine. The increase, the British Ministry said, can be attributed to the degradation of Russia's forces and its transition to lower quality, high quantity mass army since the partial mobilization of reservists in September 2022. It would likely take Russia 5 to 10 years to rebuild its highly trained military units, the report said. If casualties continue at the same rate, the British ministry said Russia will have more than 500,000 personnel killed and wounded by 2025 after 3 years of war. In comparison, the Soviet Union suffered 70,000 casualties in the 9-year Soviet-Afghan war, the ministry said. Some materials for this report came from the Associated Press, Agence France Presse, and Reuters. So yeah, it's the Russian is using its favorite meat wave strategy. All right? And I think it needs to be really stressed how Russia's basically been, and many people have warned, by the way, that this was happening, that Russia has been building up its arsenal, missile arsenal, drone arsenal to hit during the winter. And it basically chose now for its series of massive strikes. You know? Especially the one day with 158 thousand missiles, right? And it's important to sort of let me see. Once again, what was the figure again? I'm trying to remember the exact figures. It sounds to me that Putin wants to prevent the Russian civilians feel the casualties, yet hide it, and increased bombing might be attempts to push for end of war. Maybe. I think, to me, it feels sort of like they are trying to capitalize on the lack of aid from the West. They're trying to use the lack of aid from the West, and they are trying to strain Ukrainians' budget and defensive capabilities in order to push forward. I think that's what's going on. You know? There's no doubt that Russia has been preparing for this for some time. And let me see. In one of the newest bombing campaigns, it is said that Russia spent over $620 million. A really huge amount of money. The New Year's speak is relevant here too, that no mention of war or the casualties, that number of stacking of Russian soldiers are relevant, as it was relevant Soviet-Afghan War too. Well, usually when it's discussed in the Polish media, the main speculation about why Putin basically avoided speaking about... He avoided using the word Ukraine, he avoided using the word war, he avoided using the word special operation because of the upcoming election, even though he basically has it in the bag. But apparently that's the reason of his language, because of the upcoming election. That is what everybody says. That the main reason for how his address was structured was geared towards the election. You know? And it just showcases. Why is it relevant? Why is it relevant to him to tackle the speaking of war? What do you mean? To tackle the speaking of war? You have to elaborate. You have to elaborate. Because if the casualties are high and that is well spoken, that is a win against him in an election campaign. Yeah. But he didn't just avoid talking about casualties. He avoided using the word Ukraine. He avoided using the word special operation. He avoided using the word war. You know? And visited soldiers in the hospital or something. But yeah, Putin has been sort of hiding the casualty things for a while now. It's been a really weird sort of thing with the casualty thing with Russia. How soldiers are basically, in many cases, just left to die as well, the wounded. I think you would want to ignore its severity if it even comes up. Yeah. Of course, because all of this will cause to speak about the war itself and then casualties. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just means that the war is not exactly going as magnificently as, you know. Because if it was, then he probably use it to bolster his, like, I'm a great, conqueror and vote for me. But since Russia is basically forced now to resort to meat waves, even if Ukraine is sort of in trouble because of the lack of aid, it still, has a lot of Russian soldiers die. So it's probably best to avoid the subject during the election or something. Right? I don't know, my throat is really itchy. And I don't know. I think I might be a bit ill. I'm not sure why. But yeah. But I'm not sure if necessarily the massive airstrikes on Ukraine are designed to push for the end of the war. I think that Putin is serious when he is in it for the long haul. That he's not gonna stop. You know? Especially since I'm not sure if Russia would even want to stop the war, since aid seems to be slowing down on the west side, which gives Russia a lot more than it should be given. Unfortunately. For your sake. At times they will use terror bombings. Yeah, and massive ones as well. The biggest one since the beginning of the war. The biggest one since the beginning of the war. We have to take that into consideration. So huge bombing that the entire defense is not intercepting all of them, and there are a lot of casualties actually. A lot of damage, a lot of casualties. And the bombing has been continuing every single day now. It's been New Year's on the 1st, today as well. It's been happening day after day over the last few days. So my guess is that they might test how West reacts to these bombings. If no talk about this, they will push more civilian targeting to... Yeah, definitely. This is definitely testing if the West will actually react, if the West will actually give more aid in response to this bombing. I think so, yeah. It's actually a pretty good idea. Hetman has added me on as a friend. Are they actually on right now? Or is that OS Media? Oh, he's been ignoring me for a long time as well. He only recently said that he only recently accepted my invite for 2 friends and said, "Oh, I don't use this page much," and then told me, "I will send you materials about the Holodomor," and then didn't. So yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're about to have a guest on the stream. Okay. See, Karasu, your suggestion has been duly noted, and your wish is my command. Your wish is my command. We're about to get Daedalus to give an opinion on the bombings. Here you go. You request content, I deliver. Yeah, because I keep pestering him. I kept pestering Daedalus for him to accept my invite. And then I kept pestering him. Okay, so Daedalus is grabbing a drink. Don't worry. Now I'm gonna pester them to accept your invite. Did you write him or did you invite him to friends? I'm gonna pester him to answer you. I'm gonna pester him in your... Should be producer of you two. You should. You're already my producer. What do you mean? We already established that some time ago. That you were my producer. It's not hypothetical. I'm gonna cut this in editing, don't worry. I'm not gonna have a long pause. I'm gonna do some editing magic. Waiting for Daedalus Media to grab a drink real quick. It's not real quick. Oh, did you? Nice. DM. If you say DM, I'm gonna think Demon Mama, and that's gonna confuse me. That's just gonna confuse me a lot. That's just gonna leave me confused. Alright, set. Okay. Recalling. Hello.
Howdy. What's up?
Oh, I have to put in... Hello, Mr. Military Man.
Uh-oh.
That's right. We're here for your expertise today.
What's up?
We're here to talk Ukraine. Are you prepared to talk some Ukraine?
Yes. What did Daedalus, what did Petman do?
Hmm?
I'm waiting for your chat.
Oh no, nothing. He didn't do anything. That's the problem. That's actually the problem. He didn't do anything.
That is a not uncommon problem.
That's the issue. The issue is inaction. The issue is inaction.
What did he fail to do?
Send me the Holodomor materials. That's for me. And talk to Karasu. That's two.
We can't hear me apparently.
We cannot hear you?
Karasu says Daedalus is silent.
Okay, I'm gonna fix this somehow. Say something.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Wait, that's impossible. That's impossible. You should be audible on the stream. Wait, hold on. You're quiet. Say something again.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Wait, hold on. That's so strange. You should be okay. Once again, say something again.
Sally sells seashells by the seashore.
How about now? Is he still quiet?
Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather.
I just did it. I just boosted the sound.
Do you have me turned down in Discord?
A bit better. Okay, I'm gonna boost you in the Discord as well. Say something now.
Ah, real monsters.
So how about now? Is it good now? Okay. So yeah, the problem is not action, it's inaction.
So, what's the best way to put this? He is notoriously bad at not remembering things that aren't put right in front of him.
Right?
So, it's an ADHD thing, really, when you get down to it.
A what?
It's an ADHD thing, really, when you get down to it.
He has ADHD?
Yes. So do I, actually.
Everybody has ADHD.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No one really is thinking straight anymore.
Nobody's straight anymore. Everybody has ADHD and everybody's gay.
It's about damn time.
True. I think I'm too loud.
So, Karasu, I will yell at him again about it tomorrow. The other strategy I've had to embrace lately is gently reminding his girlfriend to remind him. So.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Damn.
And I told him to send you that stuff like weeks ago. So.
To me?
Yes,
yeah.
on the Holodomor.
Yeah, it's like difficult. But I can understand. I can understand communication trouble due to ADHD. I can understand that.
Yes.
Let me just say I can understand that.
So we're talking about Crimea today?
No, we're talking about the recent bombings on Ukraine.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Has been
the biggest bombings in this war.
Yeah, they've been big on drones too, is what I've been reading. The Shahid loitering munitions.
Yeah, drones, missiles, everything, basically.
Starsky said it was something on the order of 40, 50 drones last night, I think. Or was that the night before? Hang on.
Wasn't it 90 or something?
It might have been overall. I have a feeling that they are waiting for American money to run out, and they're going to try to exhaust.
Well, the American money has already run out.
Yes. Well, they're going to try to exhaust it so that you do not 35.
Right, because like the last badge has already been given from the U.S. for the last year, and you know what's happening in Congress.
Yes. So they've screwed the pooch pretty ridiculously, which, to be honest, was not unexpected when they had the problem with the speakership.
Yeah. But it's also yeah. Go on.
Republicans were barely able, like, we were sitting there watching that happen, and they couldn't pick a speaker, and all of a sudden they pulled this jackass out of nowhere, and no one's quite entirely sure what he's up to, but it's pretty clear that he's going to let Ukraine rot so that Matt Gaetz and Donald Trump can score some political points.
Yeah. The worst part is that it's not just the US. Like the EU is also faltering with aid, as you probably know. At the same time, yeah.
However, I have read that India and Pakistan have stepped up in producing 155 millimeter shells and selling them, even more remarkably, selling them to Ukraine cheap.
That's good. Is that enough? That's the question.
Probably not.
Yeah.
To be perfectly frank, unless they get, unless aid continues, and there's a very public
Yeah.
declaration of it.
Like in the EU, Orban has blocked aid basically, and the EU is looking to give aid outside of the, outside of Orban, but that would mean downsizing the aid from 50 billion to 20, which is, as you can see, not ideal to say the least, right? Like,
No, not
good enough. That's always the question. Retirement money,
Yeah, it's a downstream effect, right? So Ukraine gets weapons from Europe and the United States, and they don't necessarily aren't paying for them up front, so they have money to spend on other things,
Mm-hmm.
like keeping their society functioning.
Exactly,
We had an
yeah.
article. There was an article in the middle of summer. I have to remember. I need to find that again about how much aid we were putting into the Ukrainian agricultural sector, right? Which has obviously been heavily disrupted by the war.
Mm.
So Orban obviously has been a problem for a while, and he's just Russian with a couple extra steps, really, when you get down to it.
Damn.
I'm not entirely certain why he's still welcome at the European Party.
My mom got really angry with Orban today.
Yeah,
My mom was like, what an idiot. Doesn't he understand that if Ukraine loses, then sooner or later, a friend of Putin or not, Russia will just roll over him like anyone else?
Yeah, no, that's a huge problem. And it goes into Russia's...
Like, it won't save him when Russia comes. It won't save Hungary when Russia comes for it.
Yeah, it's a long-term problem. It's been Russia's long-term strategy to put sympathetic ears in right-wing governments across Europe and now the United States. And they've done a really good job of that because we've refused to tackle that.
Yeah.
Do you know how the EU Council positions mostly filled with People's Party alliance? Yes. We've done a very bad job tackling that. We did a very bad job addressing that back in 2016 when it was very clear what was happening. There was a couple articles that came out at the time that talked about how Barack Obama wanted to publicly address the Russian problem, but Mitch McConnell stopped him. So I'm until we get into a spot where we're willing to address Russia's behind-the-scenes nonsense and their liminal warfare efforts to screw with our countries, this is probably going to be a reoccurring problem. I don't see I don't see aid being any easier now than it was back before Congress took a break either.
Yeah, but that's... So where does that leave us exactly? What, is Ukraine abandoned to lose?
It depends. Here's what we have done. We have basically sent them all of our old stock, and then we buy new stock to replace it. And we haven't quite sent it all yet, so they can maybe finagle a way to send more money. Like, obviously, they just did that with Israel, much to my chagrin.
Yeah.
Because Israel doesn't necessarily need weapons to beat up on people who don't have weapons.
Because what? Was my mom right when she said bitterly that war is coming and Russians are just gonna kill us all?
I don't think so. We still have plenty of our own weapons. We just don't have weapons to give to other people.
Well, wait, what do you mean by we?
The United States. And maybe Poland, I think, is still pretty well stocked with weapons, too, as I understand it.
But is it enough? Again.
I don't think necessarily that Russia would have a very easy time getting out of Ukraine and into Europe proper, the rest of Europe. They had a very hard time getting into Ukraine.
Because Ukraine is a
problem-
pretty long country, isn't it?
Yes. The
And
problem with Russia-
Poland in comparison is like a plump
the
little ball in the
problem
shape
that
of a
Russia
shield. Yeah.
had, a big giant shield, yes. Also, it's full of Polish people who don't like Russians much.
True. I don't like.
The problem is that not that Russia can take over the world or take over Europe. The problem is that Russia can do a considerable amount of damage while they're pretending to take over Europe.
But they only want to take what they had in their empire. They don't want the entirety of Europe. They just want what they had before.
You're right. But the idea is that that's supposed to entail fighting all of Europe. So,
Well, that is, and this is my inner skeptic entering the picture. That is assuming that the entire Europe is willing to fight for places like Poland.
yes. The idea really is that you have to, what's the word? The idea is that everyone has to be willing to pitch in together, and that was the idea at the end of World War II.
Right. That was not the idea at the start of World War II, if we remember.
It was not, no.
Like Poland had the strategy of we'll just. That was like the whole. I'm not sure how familiar you are with how the military strategy of Poland went when Germany attacked. How it was basically formed.
Well, the basic idea was that they were to hold out until France invaded,
Yeah.
which decided they didn't want to do.
Yeah.
So Poland ended up holding out for, well, nothing. Because we were a bunch of dicks over here on this side.
That's because Poland basically created a long, thin line along the battlefield, right?
Yes.
That sort of pushed back. And when you had a division of tanks, it wasn't a division of tanks. All the tanks got divided up along that thin line, you know?
Yeah, the idea was that Poland had to resist the invasion in order to trigger the treaty with France.
Yeah. And it did, because France and Great Britain declared war on Germany. Oh, wow.
Yes, and they did, to their credit. The Poles, like if you read stories from 1939, is the Polish troops, especially the regular Polish, fought fiercely.
Yeah, I know. I learned about it. Although there were, yeah.
The Germans would punch holes through the reserves, and the reserves would fall back, and that would force the regular Polish troops to fall back.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, there was the one of there's this whole book that says that Poland also had like that because the German army was not as prepared for a huge war as a lot of people assume in 1939.
Nope.
You know?
No, they absolutely weren't.
And the Polish.
That's why they did what they did.
The Polish strategy was basically to evacuate, sort of move back as far east as possible, because the German army did not actually have the means to push fully east, you know, without sort of, because that would expose them just too much to an actual attack from France, you know?
Right.
And to sort of fortify far, far east and get some supplies from the neighboring countries.
And then the Soviets invaded.
So that whole plan went in smoke.
The biggest thing I think that's disappointing is the biggest disappointing what if is that French troops do invade Germany. They just don't go very far. They basically walk in, take a look around, and turn back out.
To the Maginot Line.
Yes, right off the Maginot Line through the region down there. So like Germany couldn't have stopped them. They could have marched clear to Berlin.
Yeah.
And probably avoided a considerable amount of hardship for everyone.
Yeah. It would have been a different war, wouldn't it?
It would be a much shorter war.
Yeah, and much less holocausty.
At least here in Europe, Japan was still pretty bad.
Yeah, that's true. But Japan started like in 37, 8, right?
Yes, 37. Yeah, probably a little earlier when you get down to it. Japan never really quit fighting World War One.
Because Japan attacked sort of brutally and killed millions in China.
Korea before that too.
Right.
That gets overlooked a lot. I think is Japan was probably just as bad as Germany in the final analysis.
Yeah, of course. With its prosperity Asia thing.
Yes.
Zone thing. Yeah, it was just as bad, yeah. Yeah, it killed millions.
As for Ukraine, I hope something happens soon that gets them more aid, like anything, because they're not going to give up, obviously.
Yeah.
And Russia can just keep grinding them because they do not care how many Russians die in the process.
Yeah, and of course there's the fact that less Russians will die if Ukrainian forces will start running out more and more of ammunition.
Yes.
Because that's been a thing. That's been already a thing that certain operations had to be sort of cancelled or withheld or limited because of lack of ammunition. That's been very recent.
Well, yes. The other one is I don't know if you read the news the last couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They started talking about the summer counteroffensive.
Mm-hmm.
And how America assisted in that with war game planning.
Right.
And we just did a shit job. We gave them this plan. We gave Ukraine this plan that was contingent upon them having effective ways to clear minefield, and
then give the effective ways to clear minefields.
And fighter aircraft that we didn't give them, that they didn't have.
Right. Well, that's
So
been the problem from the very beginning of the war, hasn't it? That the aid has been just dripping.
That has been a problem, but like the American staff officers that were involved in that should have known better. Should have gone, we don't have these things, we now need to
do the thing in this plan. Yeah, this plan is not doable.
So, like, there was a conversation that I had with the commander a couple weeks back.
Oh.
This is like, I don't know why this had to have happened. Commander McMillan from formerly of In Time, who now hangs out with us from time to time at Two Guys Talking History.
Right.
He and I both went like, I'm not entirely certain how this happened. Like, we screwed the pooch there.
It's ridiculous.
So, yeah.
And of course, Ukraine gets then the blame. Oh, the counteroffensive failed. Guess Ukraine's not as hot business as we thought, so I guess.
So it's harder to give them support. But the reality is Ukraine did a masterful job of adapting their strategy and tactics.
Yeah.
It didn't succeed because they didn't have the necessary tools, but they didn't stop fighting.
Yeah, and it's doing an amazing job with the limited resources it has at its disposal. That's also a thing that's really worth remembering at all times. That the aid has been dripping. That some units have the weaponry, but some units don't, you know?
Or weapons get backstopped. For example, the American M1A1 tanks spent all summer in Poland for some reason.
Oh.
So the entire counteroffensive was carried out with Leopards from Germany.
Right. I mean, Poland gave a lot of tanks. Poland gave a massive... I think Poland gave more tanks than any other country.
Yes. The only thing that we got for some reason, they got the Bradleys, but they didn't get the tanks. So they had the Leopards that came in from all over Europe. And, like, there's a refurbished time on those, too, because a lot of them have been sitting in storage and haven't been used.
Yeah.
So, like, it's one of the things that needs to be talked about is that we need to get our heads in the game and decide to fight this war and win it if we're not going to fight it.
Yeah.
At the very least, Ukraine the weapons they need to win the war, because I think what happened is people believed the idea that Russia was going to win very quickly. And when that didn't happen, nobody stopped and said, well, wait, now what?
Yeah.
Because we were prepared to support an insurgency, and now we have to support a full-scale war.
And the truth is that if Russia, well, not, it's not an if anymore. Russia is in the war economy, right? So
Yeah.
since Russia is in war economy, Europe should basically answer in kind and also at least partially move to a war economy. That should happen.
Yes. Although, to be fair, I've been reading about Russia's production woes, and they're having a very hard time putting out modern weapons.
Yeah, but
for
it's still a war economy. You know, they still can outproduce Europe that's in peace mode.
For example, Russia put out a triumphant report that they're now able to double their production run of Su-57s, their most modern fighter aircraft,
Yeah.
from 6 to 12.
Yeah, but still, the European Union is not doing much better.
No.
And it should, as the Polish new foreign minister, foreign affairs minister said, we are basically 20 times richer than Russia together. But if we just stay in a peaceful mode, then Russia will just outproduce us.
Yeah. And Russia is still getting some of the materials they need to produce missiles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've mentioned this even today. They still get weapons parts. Yeah.
And now that they think that the aid is going to dry up, they're going to step up that usage again.
Yeah, and
they tried to do this.
the sanctions are ineffective as well. They're being broken left and right.
Right. They're thinking. Sorry, I'm looking at something. No, the Russians are thinking that they're going to be able to get around and break Ukraine this winter the way they tried to do last winter.
Yeah.
And that's just unfortunate because a lot of people end up dying who shouldn't.
Yeah. Already we have more and more casualties, like in these massive bombing campaigns that have been happening over the last few days. Like the anti-air defense system is doing its job, but it's not intercepting everything. And even when it does, the debris that also falls from the destroyed drones and stuff causes damage. And
there's no reason to believe that even the best air interception defense system in the world will get everything.
Yeah,
it's just not possible.
It already. So far, it's been doing an amazing job at at intercepting basically everything. But now that it has ramped up to this level, it just doesn't.
Ammo is going to become an issue.
Missiles, yeah.
Birds, things like that will start to become an issue.
Yeah. So.
It's just a question of how long. The question is, can Russia sustain the bombardment? Which they probably can, even with losing another ship full of munitions. Haha. That's one of the things I think that was underrated this year, is just how badly the Ukrainians have mauled the Russian Black Sea Fleet. And for their part, Turkey is sticking to their guns. So.
Yeah.
Russia's not getting reinforcements anytime soon, at least there.
Wow.
The other thing I saw is I think some of the first.
Oh yeah, there's also one thing that I've read just like yesterday, which is also a big thing for Ukraine, negative thing for Ukraine, I might add. the conscription thing, that it's gonna be more like the term used was that a compromise version of the conscription plan is going to be implemented.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, but that basically just means that less people are gonna get conscripted, which means that there's gonna be less people fighting. So that's considering all other things already also negative.
If you listen to Hetman, quite send Ukraine back to
Sorry?
fight. So, if you listen to Hetman, he's quite willing to send Ukrainians who came here to the United States as refugees back to Ukraine to fight, which is not great, but we'll deal with that in time. There's a problem. They're gonna start running low on manpower. It's inevitable. Russia's probably going to declare a general mobilization this year, I think.
Right.
After the presidential election.
Which also is like a big damn. What if Trump wins?
Our presidential the Russian presidential.
The Russian one, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
In March, I think.
Okay.
March. What if Trump wins is a terrifying prospect for all of us here.
Yeah, I know. In the world. All of us here in the world.
Yes.
But, so what do you think of the Putin New Year's thing? That he was super quiet. He didn't use the word Ukraine. He didn't use the word war. He didn't use the word special operation. He just avoided all these.
Well, I think Russians are getting tired of it in a certain way, and they don't want to hear about it, which is why he said something. It's why I don't think he's going to do a mobilization till after the election.
Right.
Because he doesn't want to rock the boat.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I can pronounce it the Polish way, Putin.
Poutine is a Canadian dish with French fries and gravy.
Putin, that's how you say it in Polish, Putin. Putin.
So yeah, it's going to be tricky for Putin to balance that for the moment.
Yeah, but things are much more tough for Ukraine.
But if Ukraine doesn't get additional aid, it's not going to matter. He has the time. He is not under the gun in the way that Ukraine is at this point.
Yeah.
It is a dire situation.
Yeah. And that's really bad.
Yeah, it's a very dire situation. Almost as dire as if Trump wins.
Yeah.
I'm not looking. It's going to be a long year. The other thing that I found out is Lauren Boebert, the American Congresswoman, best known for giving people hand jobs in theaters. She's trying to change her district, so she's going to be running in a new district in Colorado. Guess what district that is?
What district that is?
It's my district, damn it.
Oh, God. Sorry.
So I'm going to have a busy year.
Yeah. Arkael loves Putin. Arkael, what is this?
Poutine, the French fry dish with the curds and the gravy.
Oh, poutine. I see. But yeah, things have been really tough as well for civilians. With the day after day, bombing. There was bombing today as well, of course.
Yes, it was basically more of the same. I check the news because the Ukrainian news basically comes out when I wake up at this point.
Right. I have this Polish page that just sort of updates this stuff in real time. There's a list of happenings and it just updates in real time.
Yeah, it looks like they tried to hit Kyiv pretty hard last night again,
Yeah,
and they're gonna try again tonight.
yeah.
I'm sure they're trying again now as we speak because it is that time.
It is 1:43 o'clock, yeah.
It-
So it's 2:43 in
Yeah.
Kyiv. It's just 1 hour ahead, right? From Poland.
Me?
From Poland.
It's 2 a.m. It's 2:44 a.m. in Kyiv.
Yeah, so it's 1:44 in Warsaw. So it's 1 hour ahead.
1:44 in
Warsaw,
Okay.
yeah.
And it's
They did
5:40
hit Odessa, and Odessa, sort of, the citizens of Odessa sang a song.
Yeah, they hit Odessa too.
Yeah, it was hit, yeah. The whole of Ukraine is red and endangered by missile strikes. The whole map is like sort of red, you know?
Yeah, actually, let's go turn on the conflict map and see. I haven't looked at that today. Conflict map Ukraine. Sevastopol got attacked, but that's Russia. Heavy explosions in Kherson, that would be Ukraine.
Yeah. Kharkiv gets attacked as well.
Kharkiv, Belgorod.
Belgorod is in Russia.
Belgorod is in Russia proper. Although they've
Yeah.
been shooting back at Belgorod because Russia's been shooting at them. Which isn't great, but I get it.
Actually, Russia said that they destroyed the whole Palace Hotel thing because they retaliated against Belgrade. Which, from Russia, it just sounds so comical.
Well,
Yes, Lviv had hits, yeah. Lviv had hits. In Lviv, museum was hit. I think a kindergarten as well. Few...
did they just get more annoying with these goddamn ads? They're everywhere. Jesus.
So yeah, Lviv was hit as well. Also, Poland has lifted its F-16s to the air by the border.
Yeah.
After a
that's not
missile,
unsurprising.
after a missile sort of entered Poland's airspace and turned back. Poland should just give Ukraine F-16s.
We should give them F-35s and then be, oh no, what happened? The Russian Air Force got blown up.
True. I don't know.
It's so sad.
Maybe it's short-sighted on my side, but instead of stockpiling new gear, Poland should give it to Ukraine to fight Russia.
It's probably better from the Polish point of view to be fighting Russia in Ukraine than fighting Russia.
In Poland, right? Probably, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what good it does to stockpile new modern equipment and not do anything than just, I don't know, give it to Ukraine, to be quite honest, you know?
While the Russian army rolls up to your border.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It feels weird to me that Poland gears itself up instead of gearing Ukraine up. At least Sikorski, yeah?
It's like the United States probably have a statutory obligation to maintain a certain amount of readiness. So even if we wanted to, we can't just dump all of our weapons on you.
Yeah, but then again, the US has more than enough not to have to do so.
Right.
But I don't know. At least you know Sikorski, right? You recognize the name Sikorski, right?
Yes.
Yeah, at least he said that Poland, during his visit, his first foreign visit to Kyiv, he said that Poland will become the safe production hub for weaponry that will be sent to Ukraine. And that he is surprised that the old government didn't sort of arrange that before.
Well, the old government was somewhat divided in loyalty to Poland, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, it was a wild, wild government.
Like, they very publicly did not like Russia, but still depended on Russia.
Yeah. And ruined relations with Ukraine, let's not forget.
There was, yes, that, unfortunately. Well,
Which the new government has to now fix.
yeah, fortunately, I think Ukraine's going to be very receptive to having.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It should be, I don't know. Poland, at the end of the day, is also a pretty poor country, you know? So Poland will not be able to single-handedly
Arm Ukraine.
arm Ukraine. Yeah.
Any effort to make war against Russia has to be a
Team effort, yeah, by Europe.
there's not enough. It's a question of size, and no country that's big enough to do the job.
Yeah.
All on their own. Even France and Germany both historically failed to do the job.
Yeah. And I mean, it all goes back to my favorite topic. You know what my favorite topic is, right?
Polish Commonwealth.
Yeah. It all, of course, goes back to that. Like how the Kiev professor of history said that if the Lithuanian nobles were smarter and during the formation of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth fought for their businesses and their rights, we would have had a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth from basically day one. And that sort of big behemoth country was a very important counterforce to Russia, and that we would have had a little bit of a different situation now on our hands.
Unfortunately, it's too late.
A bit,
Got
yeah.
Germany. We got Germany instead.
Yeah, a bit too late, yeah. Okay, if you up to, as I do, have no math class, we could cover Hungary and Ukraine for a while at least. Yeah, we can. Wait, what? Do you want me... Okay, I have to ask Karasu now. Do you want me to cover that video? Is that what you want me to do now? Do you want me to cover that video together with Dalus? Or what?
You gotta get going. I gotta make.
Oh, you gotta get going.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I'm covering the video alone.
I apologize.
It's fine. You've helped me a lot with your expertise.
We will work on more collaboration stuff. We are going to be doing a lot of American election stuff. Political.
Yeah. Well,
That might be to hop on
I'd be
board.
glad to sort of cooperate, do co-op mode.
All right.
Then
I will talk to you later. Have a good one.
thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, Dallas had to go. Unfortunate. Now it's just me. Now it's just me. That was a nice talk. That was a nice conversation. I should get Hetman on somehow, but Hetman is like... I'm gonna DM you, Karasu, okay? I'm gonna DM you. And you're gonna say if you agree or not, okay? It's a me, Lucy. Yeah, true. Do you agree? Harasu, do you agree with me? So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if I have anything more to add. I think we've covered the topic. Hi, I'm back. Welcome back. We're totally not doing a talk about Hetman in DMs. True. Okay, so do you want me to cover the video or? Okay, let's cover the video. Oh boy. Oh boy. Let's do this. But you're gonna have to support me with your knowledge, as I cannot say that I've got a much greater understanding of the workings of Hungary. So this is gonna be like a lesson. What? What is? Ah, yeah. We're gonna bash Dylan Burns. You send it. You really want to send it. Okay. Wait, what was that? What? Okay, that was... Debating Ukraine aid with 8 conservatives. Arrested for kissing man. Damn. We'll find it. Where is it? It's been a while. Oh gosh, it's been a while. It's been pumping out content. YouTuber cancer for liking girls. Imagine that. Paul's ego. There we go. Should Europe use nuclear option against Hungary? There we go. That's the video. Yes?
I want to talk to you guys.
That's the video? Karasu? Is that the video? I'm gonna make higher resolution.
I want to talk to you.
Why is the resolution so low on this video? What's happening? Why is it so grainy? What's happening? Okay, you ready, Karasu? We're watching.
I want to talk to you guys about Viktor Orban, the EU, and a potential nuclear option that the
Nuclear. How old is this video? Where is this from? Where was this uploaded? Nuclear.
European Union still has on the table in Article 7 that they could trigger if Viktor Orban continues to block the $55 billion in financial assistance to keep the country.
I'll just add, the European Union really does not want to do it. It really does not want to do the Article 7 thing. I'm just gonna say that. The European Union, even though it dislikes Orban in this, it does not want to set that precedent, you know? Dylan is too quiet. Oh God, everything's too quiet. Where is the... Okay, I think I can fix that. Yeah, I can fix that. Don't worry. We'll start from...
I want to talk to you guys about Viktor Orban.
Loud enough? Loud enough now? Is it loud enough now? Is it loud enough now? Are you entertained? Are you entertained? Oh my God. Ever since the microphone... Ever since the microphone is directly in front of me, it's like became super loud. How loud am I? No, I became too loud. I became too loud. Yeah, I became far too loud now. That is so bizarre that I'm so loud now. I have to move the mic away. Okay, I think it should be fine now. I think it should be okay now. Why is the picture so blurry? It upsets me. It upsets me, the blurriness of the...
On the EU and a potential nuclear option that the European Union still has on the table in Article 7 that they could trigger if Viktor Orban continues to block the $55 billion in financial assistance to keep the country afloat.
They won't do it. They will instead try to do it around Orban and downscale the amount of help to 20 billion. That's what's gonna happen in reality. No Article 7 is gonna be invoked. I like that grainy video. Oh, you like it? Is that so? And who is this lovely lady here?
So first off, I want to tell you guys the background between this conflict. So,
also, that is a nitpick, okay? I'm gonna say it here, okay? Is Dylan still demonetized? The answer is yes. Dylan's YouTube is still demonetized. So the answer is yes. There was supposed to be a logo spinning here. It was supposed to be all cool and everything. But instead it's just white thing. Like, I sort of predicted this would happen. It's just a white thing on the screen.
the vast majority of
Because the camera is not catching what's happening on the TV screen, which is usually what happens.
EU states support aid to Ukraine. The vast majority of voters and residents within the EU support aid to Ukraine.
Poland supports aid to Ukraine. I want to actually look up how much. Jesus. I can't find any. I have to look it up.
Vast majority.
So yes, the TV is not working, in my opinion.
Of the political institutions in the EU support aid to Ukraine, the EU itself, NATO supports Ukraine. Europe as a whole broadly supports Ukraine. Now, this isn't true.
So there are some exceptions. Like, I'm not sure if you could say that Austria is not supporting Ukraine per se, but it sure is breaking the sanctions with Russia.
For everyone, though, there are a few countries where that support either somewhat falters or completely falls through. Slovakia is one example, and we're going to get back to Slovakia later. Slovakia recently had elections where somebody who is explicitly against aid to Ukraine and made a promise on the campaign trail to stop aid to Ukraine won the recent Slovak elections. Now,
A very pro-Russian Slovakia new government. Which is why so much was riding on the election in Poland, by the way. It was a very tense election cycle in Poland.
the reason he won the Slovak elections isn't because he came out against aid to Ukraine. It wasn't the #1 topic during the campaign, but that does show that it's not everywhere that the support for Ukraine is overwhelming. Some countries support Ukraine much more than others, while a few countries don't support Ukraine really much at all.
True. Hungary has not been supporting Ukraine much at all. In fact, Orban has said early in the invasion in one of his speeches, which created tension between Hungary and Poland for the first time in a long time, when Orban said that Zelensky is his enemy. You still remember that? Does anybody still remember when Orban said that Zelensky is his enemy? I remember that. I wonder if Zelensky mentioned that in their talk face to face. It was officially medical supplies only. Yeah.
This is the case for Austria, for example, which has done.
Oh, there we go. Austria mentioned. Yeah, Austria mentioned. There you go. Dylan stealing my thing. I mentioned Austria first. But we have to note here that Hungary did accept Ukrainian refugees without question. Oh, that is good at least. I've heard that England not so much without question.
Very little support Ukraine, but on the other end, there is
Austria just downright breaks the sanctions, which is pretty bad.
a country.
So at one point we have to talk about the far right in Hungary and Ukraine.
On the other end of supporting Ukraine, there is one country that has constantly been tripping Ukraine up ever since the process of EU integration with the Ukrainians started.
No, actually, Hungary has been sort of anti-Ukraine since the beginning. Since even before that, since even before the whole... No, it started before that, actually, with Hungary.
And this isn't only EU integration, but also the idea of NATO integration. But
that was the Orban was pretty anti-Ukraine even before that. It did not start with the integration with the EU.
NATO integration, it's been less involved because the topic has come up less, because NATO is not currently pursuing Ukraine being part of NATO before the end of the war. But the EU integration process...
And yet already some countries have sort of expressed not really being keen on Ukraine joining NATO. And among them were the US and Germany. That's exactly true. This is more complicated issue. Orban is anti-Ukraine since 2010. But Orban changed massively this in 2010. So is his relationship with Russia. Well, I know that he certainly was anti-Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion in 2022. He called Zelensky his enemy in his speech, etc.
Oh, Barry!
Oh, wow, thank you, Jess. It's been a while since you've been here. But yeah, it would be very interesting to discuss the Hungary attitude towards Ukraine going back as far as 2010. That would be pretty interesting. I have not pre-watched. I'm watching this for the first time, believe it or not. I'm actually watching this for the first time. I have this massive cough. Oh my god, my throat is dying. Also, in the same time, there is some pro-Russian stuff of Orban since 2010. Orban did try to track immigrant workers from Ukraine to fill up empty jobs like in healthcare. Right, yeah, I can see that happening. And yes, Orban said that in the war, but again, we're talking about a politician that is Hungarian politics since the late 80s. Yeah.
The EU accession process is on its way. And so Hungary the country in question has been making a lot of noise around that and around
Right. I'm not wanting Ukraine to join the EU. And up until the Polish election, as you might know, Poland has been a great ally to Hungary against the European Union. Like, Hungary would sort of block the European Union in a thing, and Poland would back it, especially when it came to sanctioning Poland and Hungary. And that sort of changed now, since Poland now has a new government that is not as pro-Hungary as the Law and Justice Party. Not by a long shot. Right? So they've been like sort of these two countries that sort of covered each other's asses in their pushing against the European Union. But that's not a thing anymore, and Hungary sort of has been left alone as this.
Issues concerning EU aid to Ukraine. So there was a $55 billion aid package proposed by the EU for Ukraine and financial assistance going up to 2027. This
right
would help in a bunch of different things, including help teachers pay their salaries, help with it.
Not just teachers, probably. Also, you know, all sorts of government workers. Or he's probably gonna say it, you know, maternal leave, like all sort of social expenditures, like retirement. The issues, though, that the EU politics is are more complex. Fidesz has been essential to get People's Party's majority in the EU election. Well, we'll get to it when we get to it.
Administrative costs and help the Ukrainian state stay afloat during a time of war when it's facing financial pressures from many different directions, but primarily from, of course, the east, from the Russian invasion.
Yeah. And of course, as we've learned recently, the Ukrainian budget faces much more trouble than just not being able to pay teachers. There are a lot more endangered jobs. There are a lot more social benefits that are just gonna be cut if aid is not given. Fidesz pronounces Fidesz.
Now, 27...
Fidesz. Okay. Fidesz.
7 EU countries are in favor of it. 27. The support for this is overwhelming. There was no country that was explicitly against it outside of the Hungarians. Now...
Oh, I know that Karasu takes issue with this phrasing. Except for the Hungarians. I know that you take issue with this. So I'm gonna wait for your input in the chat. Don't worry. I'm gonna heavily edit this so that no pauses are left. It's gonna be a banger segment. It's gonna be like a... This annoys me. Absolutely. The floor is yours. I'm gonna read out what you have to say. How does he know all Hungarians? There are massive problems of electoral systems that we cannot even assume everyone supports Orban. That's true. At this point, it's all rigged. Like Orban is a little bit of a dictator of Europe. So that's definitely true. There's one more thing that I'm waiting for you to sort of touch upon. I'm gonna read out. You're probably gonna write about it. Okay. We have issues that recent immigrants living in the EU basically are unable to vote. Yeah, I've been waiting sort of for you to touch on this issue. Or even have massive issues of electoral coercion within Hungary. Right. So basically all of this sort of meets in a conclusion that it's not really fair to say that the Hungarians block aid to Ukraine. With abolishing benefit system and rolled up communal work system. Right. Where communal work system either given by Fidesz-controlled local government or their chosen private actors. If you're not employed, then you have no support at all. And they demand you to vote Fidesz. Otherwise, you will not get a job. It's pretty messed up. Don't worry, all the pauses will be cut out by me personally. I'm gonna edit this one myself. See how Fidesz support more important and poverty-ridden areas in Hungary. Exactly due to this coercion. Right. So I even suggest Hungary is less democratic at this point as Ukraine in electoral system. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, Ukraine is not a dictatorship and Hungary sort of is, right? At this point. By the way, we also have emergency situations since COVID and Ukraine war given to Orban. Okay, we can continue. So yeah, I would agree that just the idea that this is out of some popular support is not so simple. Things are not so simple.
The Hungarians, it almost feels like, have been scrambling for reasons to oppose advancing Ukrainian interests in the EU.
So yes. The Hungarians, plural, have not been scrambling to find reasons to block aid.
and in Europe broadly. I think the most obvious example of this was during the EU accession process. The Hungarians said, well, you know, I don't really know about this whole Ukraine joining the EU thing. The Hungarian community in Ukraine, the 80,000 strong Hungarian community in Ukraine, has been getting a rough hand lately. They have to teach the majority of their lessons in Ukrainian in school according to Ukrainian law. Until stuff like that is addressed, then we can't really decide anything on Ukrainian membership in the EU.
Any comment? Karasu? I would not use dictatorship myself, but rather a specific new kind of liberal democracy with very centralized power to the prime minister. Potato, potato. Tomato, tomato. This is partially true. I'm treating this as like my reaction / interview with Karasu in the chat. Hungarian communities are very poverty-ridden in Ukraine, or rather poverty-stricken in Ukraine. Mind you, Hungarian speakers in Ukraine are also contain many Romani people. So there are issues around that area. Right? Mind you, ironically, Hungarian speakers Romani had been experiencing discrimination in Hungary too when they fled. From Ukraine, yes? Exactly. The people who are also argued facing discrimination in Ukraine too. So this is a very messed up situation. Also, by the way, the language teaching issue would be resolved by joining the European Union. As the European Union demands to have language support of all member states. Right? Makes sense. So I don't like Orban's government argument about the blocking based on the language problems, right? Basically an excuse to block Ukraine from joining the European Union. So I can have a Hungarian printed document, official one within any EU state, and they need to give it to me. Right, yeah. That makes sense. that they need to provide they need to provide translations for you within the EU. Yeah. Yeah. Shall we continue or? So Ukraine within the European Union would have to follow these rules as well. Yeah, that's true.
And so, what did Ukraine do? They went with the recommendations of the Venice Commission, changed their laws, and then the Hungarian community's leaders started coming up and writing letters, group letters all together, to the Hungarian government, telling them to stop blocking the accession process because the Ukrainian government had altered the laws and had satisfied most of their demands.
Right, of Mr. Orban.
Satisfied most of their concerns. And then when Volodymyr Zelensky had an opportunity to talk to Viktor Orban when he was in Argentina with Viktor Orban after...
Oh yeah, he asked him what would be the reason why Ukraine cannot join the European Union, and Orban did not have a very convincing argument. I don't think he had any argument to give to Zelensky. Also, that's a very funny freeze frame, as if that's a funny freeze frame. So there is a lot of conflict within the diaspora Hungarians against Orban. There is a conflict between Orban and the diaspora, using us, as excuses, but giving little support in reality. Right, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, really.
ANCAP president came into power, and he was asking him, hey, we addressed this, we address your concerns. The EU Commission is saying that we've gone through 90% of the process, 90% of the changes in regulations and administration in order to join the EU. Why are you going to block our ascension? The Ukrainians are adamant that in the discussion that happened in Argentina, Viktor Orban could not come up with a decent objection, could not.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no.
Come up with a reason to continue to stop the process.
Yeah, it's not. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The thing is to start the process of Ukraine joining the EU, not for Ukraine to just boom join the EU, right? This was about allowing Ukraine to begin the process of getting into the EU, not about allowing Ukraine to get into the EU. There's a big difference here, okay? There's a big difference here. Romanian-Hungarian politician complain Orban's using elderly Transylvania as symbolic place and using minorities there while not really supporting the actual political parties trying to do the best for the local communities. Right.
And up till Viktor Orban eventually stepped out of the meeting at the recommendation of Olaf Scholz, which was Olaf Scholz's recommendation was for Viktor Orban to step out of the meeting when they were holding the vote on Ukrainian EU accession, or at least starting the talks about Ukrainian accession into...
To start the process, right? Because error day. Because remember, okay, error day. Remember, there's still a lot that sort of Ukraine has to do to be able to actually join the EU. It's just the beginning of the process, right? It has to go through the basically same process that Poland went through when it sort of was in... Although, of course, Poland did it during peacetime and Ukraine is doing it during wartime. So it's more difficult for Ukraine. But it has to, of course, work on the whole... it has to work on the whole corruption thing and a few other... There are certain conditions that a country has to meet to join the European Union, and this has been a vote to allow Ukraine to enter this process, not to join the European Union. Does that make sense? I'm not being silly here, right?
The EU. He suggested step out of the room if you can't vote in favor of it, and then you can abstain. Go get a coffee, and that's what he did. And up until the moment that that happened, we didn't know if he was going to fall back on the ascension. And Viktor Orban was quick to let everybody know that even though...
Of the beginning of the ascension process, that's the difference here. And it wasn't a vote if we're letting... Well, corruption was the first thing that came on top of my head because Poland had to deal with it. Poland had to deal... There was a... I think I still have it here. The meeting of the Polish party during the ascension process to the EU, and there was like a couple of points, and I think Ukraine basically has to do a similar thing. Institutional systems to redistribute EU funds now exactly due to war, and Ukraine already has 10 institutions developing. He's worried it has to be distributed online like the EU funds, though that also involved a system of right. Like, there were a few key sectors that Poland had to work on when it sort of did it. Yeah, but corruption, I have issue. Like, Hungary has massive corruption that aligns sadly with EU rules. Well, Poland sort of had to... Poland was like the Wild West in the 90s, and it had to work on... That was one of the big sort of... That was one of the big things that was given as a condition to Poland in order to be able to fully join into the EU. I even have documents here sort of describing the whole thing. From a party... That was the party in charge when Poland was getting into the European Union. You know? I mean, this sort of corruption. So yeah. And there were the legal system had to be sort of changed. And Yeah, there was a whole list of stuff that Poland had to sort of work on in order to be able to get into the EU. And I assume that sort of Ukraine is in a similar situation. Oh, I mean, the documents used the word corruption as well. Yeah, 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 yeah. Javier has been led to stay in People's Party's alliance for a bloody majority. Well, you know. And yeah, my point is that this is like this was a vote to allow the beginning of the process of the ascension, not to allow this wasn't a vote to let, if you know what I mean, right? This was the vote to start the process, not to just, oh, Ukraine is in the EU now. Because that's not what the vote was about.
Out of the room and let it happen, that he was still against Ukrainian membership of NATO, and not only was he against Ukrainian membership of NATO, but that there would be 75 points in the future during the accession process where the Hungarians could block Ukrainian membership into NATO. Now,
right, although the US and Germany also said that they're not exactly in favor of letting Ukraine into NATO at this point, so it's not as simple as that.
In this process of going back and forth with the Hungarians,
with Orban,
there was the 55 billion also being debated back and forth. So it wasn't just Ukraine joining the EU, it was also the 55 billion in aid that Ukraine needs to sustain.
Right.
And so while the Hungarians gave the Ukrainians a victory and allowing the accession process to essentially begin, now
I guess we've already discussed this. I guess this language will continue throughout the video, so I cannot go back to correcting this each and every time, if you know.
Not only for the Ukrainians, but also for the Moldovans as well. And I know the Georgians got a small victory too. And while they did deliver that, they did not deliver on the 55 billion and blocked it. Now, some did not know if they were going to block it or not. $10 billion of EU assistance to the Hungarians was unblocked by the EU courts after it had come to a conclusion that judicial reforms in Hungary had been sufficient enough to allow the unfreezing of funds. Because
well, it wasn't as much as it was decided that the judicial changes were enough. It was more of like an attempt to persuade Orban to you know, to stop the veto. That was like, you know, we're gonna give you the reconstruction fund, because that's what it's about. It's about the reconstruction fund after COVID. But in return, we would like you to stop being an asshat and drop the veto. That's basically what it was.
Because they were now in compliant with EU laws and regulations when it comes to the judicial system, and that judicial reforms were concrete enough to permit them to unfreeze those funds. And people were saying, well, maybe those
it's
freezing of 10 million of the 10 billion would be enough to juice up the government to, you know, let it through. And the EU was very quick to deny that the reason why this $10 billion of frozen
Orban did not get through his reforms totally. Oh. Orban wanted to push something similar to BB recently. To essentially overtake the judicial system. You mean like Poland did, sort of? You mean like Poland did, and the European Union blocked funds completely because of the whole mess that Poland did with its judiciary system? That also has to be sort of fixed now, and it's a whole mess in Poland. Oh yeah. I mean, Bibi tried to do recently, or what Orban's trying to do for years now. I mean, Poland has been... But EU blocked it through funds. I mean, Poland did its thing in with courts and just didn't care about the funds being blocked. It's just, you know... Poland just didn't care about the funds being blocked. The Law and Justice Party. So they did their awful reforms to the courts, and now the new government has to somehow turn it back. It's a mess. It's a mess. I mean, Poland did it. I mean, Poland and Hungary were best buddies for a long time under the Law and Justice, at least for the last 8 years. Luxury. I don't know if I would call it a luxury, but I'm not sure if luxury is the language that I would use here. Hungary does not have the luxury to undermine the courts. I'm not sure if it's a luxury. And this is something else we need to touch. Hungarian economical situation in relation especially Hungarian to Hungarian population. One reason you have a war fatigue in Hungary among population because from the start Hungarian civilians felt the impact. With no support and even that little welfare that remained had been pulled back since the Ukrainian war started. I know the luxury Polish economy is a bit compared to Hungary. Ah, yeah, okay. Although, of course, Poland still suffered a lot under the Law and Justice because in the case of Poland, not just the funds have been blocked, but also Poland has been fined to pay like 2 million euro or something per day of fines to the European Union. Hungary is at this point, especially Orban regime, very much dependent on the EU funds dependent on the EU funds. Of course, Law and Justice was bad to average Polish person. I agree, so is Orban, yeah. Well, thank God Poland got rid of the Law and Justice Party.
Funds to the Hungarians were unfrozen was to grease the wheels, because the EU wants to do anything but start a process of like, hey, I scratch your back, you scratch mine, diplomacy in order to get the Hungarians in line here, because then they feel like they're having their national security priorities held hostage in return for aid.
By the way, another dependency in Russian investment, and we should touch that later on, is Russian investment. Today or next time, maybe next time.
And so the EU is very quick to emphasize that the 10 billion unfrozen was an independent court decision and was not at all related to recent negotiations for EU accession talks or the 55 billion. But that did not stop the Hungarian government from seeing the 10 billion unfrozen, looking at the 22 billion that is still frozen due to Hungarian violations of laws when it comes to law and order, checks and balances, and EU regulations.
God, that sounds so much like Poland. It's embarrassing. They're already doing this scratching, Dylan. This is what People's Party's aid has been doing. Okay, I have a feeling you have more to say here, so I'm gonna wait a bit for you to say it. They let Fidesz inside the People's Party's alliance to get the majority. As Fidesz EU seats was important. So People's Parties could occupy the council seats. So yeah, there's this sort of scratching, yeah. I would agree. It's already sort of happening. This is what I'm talking about when I hate on the, we call Eastern European staff corruption. Oh, well, it's a different type of corruption, I guess. When you have straight up issues of similar kind in the EU as well, on the EU level. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, I've been supported. Thank you for the $10. Here's this. I got a dip now. Best of luck with the rest of the stream. Thank you. Thank you, fake Alec Parker. Plus how Slovakia and Hungary are important to German auto manufacturers for cheap labor. Right. It's all a bit intertwined. Yeah.
Because Viktor Orban has stuck his nose up at Brussels and the EU and federal, I guess you could say federal Europe broadly, quite often. Hungary then responded to the 10 billion being released by having its foreign minister coming out and basically hinting that, you know what, if you unfreeze the last $22 billion of EU funds that were supposed to go to Hungary but were frozen after Hungary started violating EU laws and regulations, then we'll allow the $55 billion in aid to Ukraine to go through.
Nice. Imagine if Poland did so. But Poland would not do that, even under law and justice.
So it's a little bit of, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. People have said that this
Cierto is a joke.
Is mafia-style diplomacy. That this is rent-seeking behavior from the Hungarians, where they're holding European national security priorities. And when I say European national security priorities, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, these are all countries that national security is directly threatened. EU member states buy what...
Oh, well, that's true. That's sadly true. God. Have I mentioned that my mom on the phone recently said that war is coming and the Russians are just gonna kill us all? I think I've mentioned that a few times already. Ugh.
What's going on right now in Ukraine and Russia's goals after the war in Ukraine, at least according to Vladimir Putin and the imperial aspirations. Their national security aspirations are being put up for ransom.
And of course, once again, as I've said to Daedalus, there's really no guarantee that Western Europe or the Western world, quote unquote, more broadly would, if the time came, that it would, you know, fight tooth and nail for Poland, for example. That's not guaranteed. That has never been guaranteed. Poland has been thrown under the bus historically many times. And just forgive me for being a bit skeptical and careful when wondering if Poland were to be attacked, if the West would aggressively defend it, you know? I have my, well, you know.
So that Viktor Orban can get around the rules and safety regulations, around press freedoms, and around a whole bunch of things. He can get around that and get the $22 billion despite his country's lack of adherence to EU laws and regulations.
What we're talking about is the reconstruction fund, right? What we're talking about is unfreezing the reconstruction post-COVID fund, right? The big one, the huge reconstruction fund, if I'm not mistaken. The one that has been frozen for Poland as well, and that is being now slowly unfrozen for Poland. Donald Tusk has already bragged on social media about funds starting to flow from the European Union. So is Hungary. So one skepticism on this war is Hungary also related to this experience. Yeah, but Orban is pretty short-sighted when it comes to this, from what I'm seeing. As my not so short-sighted mom said, Orban doesn't Orban see that Russia's gonna just roll over Hungary identically to anyone else, even if Orban is friendly. I know the reconstruction fund was a big one, you know? The reconstruction fund was the big juicy one, at least for Poland. Yeah, but if Russia comes, then, you know, who says that his regime is just gonna be as safe? Although, who knows, maybe he would become the next Lukashenko or something.
And that's why people are saying this is mafia-style behavior. But some people, scared that the aid is not going to get to Ukraine in time, and seeing the $61.5 billion in Ukraine aid frozen in the United States, and seeing the $300 billion in Russian assets still frozen, none of them tapped yet to support Ukraine. And with the American government...
There are apparently certain complications when it comes to using frozen assets like the Russian ones. Orban does not care about Russian troops there. Where? Wait. Russian troops where? Russian troops where? Orban has given special privileges to Russian banks to function as embassy-like territory within Hungary. Oh, okay.
Coming out with statements like, hey guys, we're going to run out of aid by the end of the month.
Well, the last aid packet has already been given out, so that's a thing that's already happened.
Once January 1st comes around, we're outsy. We're done. We've got nothing left unless we start depleting U.S. stockpiles with no replacements.
He wants to keep his regime afloat at all costs. He will pay the cost as well, if the time will come.
Which, of course, is going to come with both political and security risks for the Biden administration if to pursue that path. These things ultimately do cost money. And so with all that happening, some people have said, you know what? This is mafia-style behavior. This is rent-seeking behavior. Viktor Orban is engaging in the same tactics that Kim Jong-un regimes does in order to try to get aid and aid money inflows. But it's a priority. Maybe we should give them the money. Maybe we should do it anyway. My counterance to that would be, if we engage with this type of rent-seeking behavior here, we have no guarantee that it's not going to stop in the future. Number one, let's say that we give them the money.
Wait, hold on.
We have no guarantee. We do it anyway. My counterance to that would be, if we should do it anyway. But it's a priority. Maybe we should give them the money. Maybe we should do it anyway. My counterance to that would be, if we engage with this type of rent-seeking...
Okay, this is a nitpick. This is the biggest, I don't know how to call it, a language nitpick, but... Why is Dylan saying we here? Dylan is not a European Union citizen. Why is Dylan saying we? He can say we when it comes to the US aid. He cannot say we when it comes to the EU aid. I forbid it. What is this we? Is Dylan a citizen of every single country in the world now? You cannot say we here. There. My little nitpick is done. I'm done with the nitpick. I think it was valid. I think it was a valid nitpick.
Behavior here. We have no guarantee that it's not going to stop in the future. Number one, let's say that we give them the money here. And I say we as in, you know, the coalition that supports Ukraine. But let's say the
Okay. It's like he heard my words and responded to it. Okay. Corrected. My goodness. I did not pre-watch this. Okay, I have not rewatched this. I swear. I don't think you can say we when talking about the nation you're in anyway. I know, but that's a whole other story. Also, again, this stuff with talking about EU funds has been going around in the whole 2010. So, Dylan, it's already late to stand tall on values. That ship has sailed, right?
Europeans give them the money, which, by the way, they can't even do. But let's say they do that. Let's say that they just gave him the money. They unfreeze all the money in order to get the aid to you.
That ship has sailed, gone with the wind.
Ukraine. How is this gonna stop Viktor Orban from just continuing to do this again and again and again? At any of the 75 points of failure.
Orban already has been manipulating with votes. Right. Against people's parties. I mean, Orban sort of did somehow get into and sort of facilitate his power, right? While receiving EU funds. EU funds has not always been frozen for Orban, even though Orban has been undermining democracy for a long time now, as we know. So I guess, yeah, that ship has sort of sailed, yeah.
During the accession process when it comes to the EU. What's going to stop him from doing something like this of a similar vein again next time an aid package comes up for Ukraine? And it might not be a financial support package, it'll be a weapons package. Then what? Are we just going to have to give Viktor Orban billions upon billions of dollars every single time anyone in the EU wants?
Euro, not the dollars, Dylan. Not the dollars, euro. But yeah, that's, you know. Euro. But I don't know, that's the sort of, that's the weakness of the whole EU system, isn't it? There were attempts before to punish, and he had been backroom negotiated for votes, also for economical delivery, right? With the whole majority thing that you've discussed before.
To protect their national security interests from Russian encroachment? Is that what it's going to be? Not only is that wasteful, not only is that not fair, but it also degrades the credibility of Brussels, the EU, and federal Europe altogether.
I mean, the European Union has problems. It has deep problems, unfortunately. I mean, as Karasu here says, like, it did allow the rise of Orban to begin with, so... Right? Like, Orban did not just appear out of thin air. As Karasu has said, this has been going on from the 2010s. I don't know.
Saying that our rules, institutions, and regulations...
There had been this aim in the EU to have the state deficit below 3%. Orban regime delivered that, and that was important to Germany, Merkel, and this whole center right all across the EU.
Nations don't matter. That as long as you vote the way we want you to vote, since we need unanimity, we need unanimous support for these types of.
Orban would not exist as strong as today without the European Union and without the people's parties, right?
Initiatives, we're willing to buy your votes. And we don't want to incentivize that type of, again, rent-seeking behavior. Not only does it put European national security interests at risk, and I know that word is a buzzword, but we're talking about Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania here. It is real and an ever-present danger for them.
And Poland.
It is a real danger for them.
Is it like Poland would be sharing border with Russia if Ukraine loses? Totally, if it totally loses. It would be sharing a border with Russia from the north and from the east. Right? It would be a pretty messed up situation, like a reverse from pre-World War II Germany situation. And of course, Belarus. So Poland would be sort of like...
Same thing for Moldova. They already have 1,500 troops illegally stationed there. Not only is it a real, tangible, present, at their doorstep, national security interests for these people to have a defense against the Russians.
How was that?
And try.
I heard a
for
noise.
these people to have a defense against the Russians, and try to get Ukraine what it needs. So have a defense security interests.
I heard the laugh in the background.
At their doorstep, national security interests.
Who laughed? Dylan has such great hair. I agree. Also, I don't like the language of rent-seeking behavior. This EU funds exist for a reason. It's not exactly a charity, just this is a balance out the free market economy system and its power and its poverty costs, or an attempt to balance it out.
For these people to have a defense against the Russians, and try to get Ukraine what it needs.
I think the rent-seeking behavior is sort of like people overuse that term. Doesn't it mean that basically trying to extract rent-seeking behavior? No? I'm extracting rent from you. Isn't that what rent-seeking behavior means? Or am I misunderstanding the term? We have German companies using cheap labor in Hungary, paying fraction of the pay of a German worker. Well, the prices are the same, almost the same. Right, yeah. The prices for many things are similar in Poland and in Germany as well now. I heard that Tokyo is actually right about as expensive right now as Warsaw. So it's not exactly a rent, that is my point. I guess, yeah.
So they don't have to go to them next, or they don't go to their countries next. Not only
I know what he meant. It is like it wasn't a technical term. It was more of like they're trying to force the unfreezing sort of thing. There was a way to phrase that they want to force the EU to unfreeze the funds. So I sort of, in that way, I get what he meant.
is it of national security interest for them? But again, the credibility of federalized Europe, the credibility of the European Union's rules, the credibility of the EU courts, and the credibility of these regulations are at risk. And if we subdue these rules and subdue these regulations and subdue the courts, to pay Orban his due when he has not come within the rules and the bounds and the laws that have been put forward by the EU Commission, that have been put forward.
Although, as Karasu said, that ship has sailed a long time ago, from what Karasu is saying.
By Federal Europe, then it's just going to encourage more behavior like
I mean, I'm not as knowledgeable on Hungary as I am on Poland.
this in the future. And it's going to weaken the European Union that Ukraine is fighting so hard to join. Part of the reason why so many Ukrainian activists want Ukraine to join the EU is because they know that the regulations on corruption are going to be more aggressive than currently exists on the books in Ukraine.
Right. I mean, that was also the case for Poland, so... That was also the case for Poland. Poland was a really... In the 90s, Poland was a wild place. Poland was Again, we have been sounding the alarm bells since the 2010 media law.
You know that certain regulations when it comes to the economy, certain regulations when it comes to labor laws, when it comes to visa-free travel. There's so many different things that are going to give Ukraine more opportunities, and that the EU can help hold the Ukrainian government to a standard, a certain standard in Europe, a certain red line, so they don't become too corrupt, so they don't abuse the people too much. What's the point of all this fighting for that European path, that European destiny, that European future, if all of the things that are being fought for, all the values of equal treatment, fair treatment, are being thrown out in the process?
Well, again, sadly, only partially true. Some regards it is better. But massive statewide corruption happens, and labor laws had been watered down in Hungary easily. Right, that's the problem, isn't it? Like, and the problem was also with Poland, that Poland was blatantly breaking the democracy under the Law and Justice Party, and as much as the European Union tried to sort of penalize Poland for it, the Law and Justice Party just didn't care. You know? So it can get a bit complicated when it comes to these things.
If we're like, okay, but we can look across, you know, we can disregard press freedom here, we can disregard, you know, corruption here. We can.
I mean, press freedom in Hungary, that ship has long ago sailed. You know? As Karasu said. Again, we had been sounding the alarm bell since the 2010 media law. Hello, Sukhoi. I'm pretty okay. I've been in the hospital. I'm gonna call my psychologist tomorrow, set up therapy, more long-term therapy, you know, to sort of build up on the thing that I've started in the hospital. I heard Orban basically always tries to use money to hold up every vote. Now we could fight for the reform of the EU. 2010. We organized massive protests. There were hunger strikes of journalists. Oh, hunger strikes are such a classic way of protesting. Poland used hunger strikes like extensively, especially during the 80s. Hunger strikes were a big thing in Poland. Hunger strikes are a classic. So again, Fidesz brought the votes, right, to the EU Council, right? And he tries to blackmail the EU constantly. Also, I'm gonna get laser to my face. I'm gonna laser my own face. So that's happening as well. Mighty like Safari, at least the LGBT free zone is still going on in Poland. No, that's not. The government has changed, so that's going the way of the dodo. Poland's not gonna have any more LGBT free zones. No, that's going away. That's definitely going away under the new government. That's the LGBT free zones are definitely. I'm making donors. Would you like some? Yes, please. Which again, what dominates the EU Parliament today too? The People's Parties, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty messed up situation. Yeah, I can see that.
Disregard this here. The reason why Ukraine wants to join the European Union is because of these standards. Because these standards exist. Because these standards exist because they want to be part of the common market.
Yeah, the common market is a big thing. The borders, open borders is another thing. And of course, opening to funding is also a big thing, right? Development. Like Poland has greatly benefited from the European Union. The same party alliance that protected and still protects Fidesz. Well, KDNP.
But if there's going to be a common market, there also needs to be common rules. And the Hungarians need to play by those rules.
Yeah, that's... Which of course is sort of the common rules, the common market is sort of what creates sort of the whole tension over the grain, from what I understand, but that's a whole other topic, which we will not be discussing today.
So, what can we do? What options do we have left? Well, there is one option left, even if we don't have unanimous support and the Hungarians are blocking it. It is possible to remove Hungary's voting power. It is possible to make it so the Hungarians can no longer veto the $55 billion in aid to Ukraine because they won't have the power to vote against it.
But that's not going to happen. That is not going to happen. I mean, I think it should. I think in a fair world it should happen, but it's not going to happen. We already know it's not going to happen. KDNP in theory exists as a separate coalition partner of Fidesz, still having seats in the People's Party's alliance, but KDNP does not really exist separately as a separate entity. You know, it's like... I mean, as it is now, it should. I assume this thing can be revoked. This whole article is... I assume it's not permanent. I assume this can be revoked. But it's not gonna happen. It's never going to happen. For a few reasons.
And the thing that would allow the European Union to do this would be Article 7. Now, many of you are probably familiar with Article 5. Article 5, collective defense. If one country's attacked, the rest of them attack. Article 7 is something completely different. What Article 7 says is that if a country is in violation of EU laws and regulations,
And they done more support to Orban than average voters in Hungary. I want to have the change within the European Union itself. This narrative that only Hungary is the problem here is naive and annoying. I mean, that's true. Well, that is partly that is part of the reason why it won't happen, because of the whole dynamic in the European Parliament. That's actually also part of the reason why the Article 7 is not going to happen. While we're at it, the whole veto rights should be changed. That's true. You need to give more power to the EU Parliament and not the national leaders.
for example, if a country was to cancel elections and declare a dictatorship, for example, then the EU can not only block funds and block aid, they can also suspend their voting membership, their ability to vote at the EU, vote at the EU Council, vote in Brussels. And if that voting power is removed...
Yep, people's parties have been blocking more federalization.
...from Hungary, then they'll be able to get the aid through. And Hungary has been violating rules and regulations when it comes to the European Union. The whole reason why these assets are frozen in the first place is because they wanted to violate... not wanted to, is because they violated laws and regulations that the EU stands by, that the EU has put forward, that everybody else has to uphold.
National leaders have veto powers.
So, if this vote is suspended, one second, Orban gets upset with him being silenced, then maybe he could just, I don't know.
Wait, what happened?
Okay, gotcha. This vote is suspended. One second, Orban gets upset with him being silenced, then maybe he could just, I don't know. Okay, gotcha. So, if Orban's vote is dragged back from this Article 7 citing, or this Article 7 calling, this is the nuclear option. There's a reason why... Nuclear
option.
The EU is held back is because this is not used often, and this is only used, or is only supposed to be used, when the country in question is violating EU laws and regulations. It isolates them. It greatly isolates the country in question. And so if they're going to throw Hungary into that level of isolation, if they're going to take away their right to their ability to vote because of the violation of the rules, they should have a good reason to do it. And I'm not saying that we should call Article 7 just because they're violating the rules. I think it should be called because they're violating the rules and they're trying to leverage European security in order to get around violating the rules and get around and get aid while violating the rules. They're engaging in rent-seeking behavior. They're holding the money for Ukraine hostage when the rest of Europe supports it. And they're doing it all while leveraging it against rules that they already violated. And regulations that they already violated in Europe.
But still, the Article 7, we already know it won't happen. We already know that European Union is rather looking into aiding Ukraine through other means, but that means downsizing the help from 50 to 20 billion euro. We already know that. Unfortunately, we already know that.
So if they're going to leverage European security interests, and when I say security interests, again, I mean stuff at their doorstep. If they're going to leverage Europe's security in order to get around the rules and regulations of the EU and to unfreeze funds and aid that was frozen because they broke the rules, and instead of not breaking the rules, they want to keep breaking the rules, but get around the rules and leverage the security of Europe to do so, yes, I think that shows enough malice and cynicism in their behavior and the leveraging of Europe's security, which is not something you want to encourage. And so if this option's on the table and it would work, I think that it would be worth triggering.
If you have the energy, let's talk of the far-right roots of Orban anti-Ukrainian sentiment. Yeah, I have the energy. Yeah. This is probably the last segment of the day, but yeah, I have the energy. Yeah. We're getting educated by you on Hungarian affairs tonight. But yeah, I have the energy. I'm very energetic. Or rather, the far right in Hungary. That is a very weird freeze frame. I'm gonna... That's a mildly better. Do you want to finish the video before? Yeah, we can finish the video and then we can talk about it. Yeah, we can finish the video first.
The Hungarians cannot be reasoned with. Now,
more like Orban cannot be reasoned with. I mean, yeah, we talked about this.
the reason why this hasn't been triggered before is because up until recently, up until Donald Tusk's government, the new Polish government.
Donald Tusk, not Tusk like elephant Tusk. Donald Tusk.
That kicked till Donald Tusk's government before is because up until recently, up until Donald Tusk's government, the new.
Yeah, so it's Donald Tusk.
Polish
not Tusk
government that kicked out the Law and Justice Party coalition from power. This is a more liberal centrist coalition, pro-EU, pro-European federalization.
I'm so happy that happened. Oof. That was a tense election. Ah, what an election. When I went to the big March of Hearts, which I sort of talked about, and did a big segment about good times. Good times for Poland at last.
Donald Tusk's government in comparison to the Law and Justice Party, which has been more confrontational and has historically...
More confrontational is one way to put it. God. More confrontational is one way to put it. It's a very mild description of what the Law and Justice Party was, but...
He came out and supported Viktor Orban's government against the EU when he was standing up against, quote-unquote, standing up against their regulations. But Donald Tusk...
And vice versa. By the way, Hungary also had Poland's back when it broke EU regulations as well. Poland and Hungary had each other's back when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Has worked a lot with EU integration and is very, very...
It wasn't just Poland having Hungary's back. Hungary also had Poland's back.
EU and very, very pro-Ukraine. So now... the Law and Justice Party in the Polish government isn't going to back up Viktor Orban. And he needed that backup.
And actually, even the Law and Justice Party sort of had a disagreement with Orban over Ukraine for a while there. So even the Law and Justice Party sort of had some friction with Orban over the war in Ukraine.
Because the only thing stopping Article 7 from being called is not only the social taboo of using the nuclear option, it's also it has to be a unanimous vote from the rest of the states in the EU to suspend somebody's voting rights. And so since Poland was backing up Viktor Orban and Viktor Orban was backing up Poland during the last government, they could support each other from that scenario. But now that Law and Justice Party is gone, it's an open question whether anybody else would come out to support Viktor Orban if Article 7 was called. Now, this is where Slovakia comes in, and this is where this is gonna spell the one kind of wrench in this plan that could upset Article 7 being called. Even if it would at least, even if it failed, it would still show the extremeness of the situation. You can emphasize the extreme, but it would still fail if one country was to say, nah, I'm not with that. And that country might be Slovakia. Slovakia has a new government. The government is
It's pro-Russian.
aid to Ukraine. The government does not support sending more munitions and more aid to Ukraine. And that government did have well wishes for Viktor Orban, and Viktor Orban did have well wishes for the government when it came into power. And so there is a possibility that even if the Law and Justice Party is no longer there to support Viktor Orban in an Article 7 scenario, the Slovaks could be. But we don't know that for yet. That's all hypothetical. So if that would be the case, then I can understand if they already know that in advance why they wouldn't call Article 7. But the fact that they're discussing it, and we know that European officials are recommending in closed-door meetings, or at least talking about in closed-door meetings, Article 7 suspension of Hungary's right to vote when it comes to EU regulations, EU policies, and EU laws, I think it does show that it might have at least some promise. And if it has promise, then it should be pursued. The Hungarians have more than earned it through their behavior.
The Hungarians? Ay, ay, ay.
I will also say, lastly, and I do think this is important to mention, that the EU has said that whether or not the 55 billion are approved through the EU, they're going to get the money to Ukraine. That there's still bilateral ways to get money to Ukraine. That means...
But it's a smaller amount. It's 20 billion instead of 50. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, DexMax. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Instead of it being a big bundle that all the EU countries brought together, each EU country does it themselves. So instead of like big fund, it'll be UK gives 1 billion, Norway gives 2 billion, Denmark gives 1 billion. So they still can get unilateral aid, and they can try to create some structure outside of the EU or outside of something that requires a unanimous vote in order
I mean, it would not be outside of the EU. It would still be within the EU, but it's, you know. But yes, the amount will be smaller. That's a fraction. Well, not a fraction, less than 50%.
To get aid to Ukraine, but that would be outside of the structure of the EU, when the strategy to win, the strategy for Ukraine to get victory, has to be long-term support from the European Union, from its allies, that shows that support isn't going anywhere, so the Russians can't just wait them out, which seems to be the current strategy if you listen to people like Sergei Shoigu, who says that the Russians have to fight up until at least 2025. Why is 2025 important? 2024 presidential elections.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we've done it. We've done it. Well, I'm very proud of us. If you've enjoyed this, then you know what to do with the bell, with the thing, with the everything. With the everything, you know what to do. It's Vaush. You know what to do. I believe in you. You know what to do. Beautiful, beautiful. Very nice glasses. I don't know why, but on this frame, this is Dylan. Dylan looks a bit like my aunt on this frame. Nice stream as always, Lucy. Oh no, we're still talking to Karasu about the far-right roots of the Orban anti-Ukrainian sentiment. Russian egg crisis, I right. I like eggs. Eggs are cheap compared to us. I should eat some eggs. I thought you were done. Not quite yet. Karasor is still here. So where did it start? From the beginning. Also, I'm gonna DM you. There is a territory that had been in question, Carpathia, which at some point was part of the Hungarian kingdom. What do you mean, the mountain range, or what? You mean the mountain range? Karpaty? Góry Karpackie? They're also partly Polish. Quiet. Quiet. Stop it, Sonia Static. Nope. So not the not the mountain range. Carpathia is a specific region and the name comes from the mountain range. Okay. Okay. The Carpathia Oblast is roughly what is the Carpathia. Okay. Oh. so too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just show it on the screen. Ukraina. So after the collapse of the USSR, the question remained, what will happen to this territory? As Hungary had claims before the World War II. Mm-hmm. So with Ukraine independent, the issue with Hungary had arisen. Antal Joseph, the first prime minister, had, however, written down the new basic treaty where Antal giving up Hungary's territorial claims. Mm-hmm. Bit sleepy here to speak proper English. Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. We'll get through it. I'm a bit sleepy as well, so I'm gonna go to sleep after this probably. It's already like almost 3 a.m. for you and almost 4 a.m. for me. So the treaty was signed in 1991, December 6th, and ratified in 1993. And then everybody lived happily ever after. Hopefully. Nothing bad ever came out of it. Now inside Antal's party MDF, you had further right members. MDF was a central right party. One of them is Tsurka Istvan, who was contested to leadership within MDF. This guy. Okay, I see him. Okay, okay. Okay. I see. Mm-hmm. Yes, you can continue. I'm waiting for you. Turka Istavan was a writer and very far-right irredenta sentiments. So he led a fraction within MDF, who eventually separated from NDF. All members voted against the Ukrainian Basic Treaty, right? So they wanted Carpatalia to go to Hungary. They formed the first important far-right party, MIEP, which entered into parliament in 98. Okay. I will edit all the pauses from here as well. Irredentism is important in far-right Hungarian sentiment, talking about the trauma of Trianon peace treaty after World War I and losing the territories of Hungary. That sounds familiar. It is very deeply culturally ingrained through sculptures, songs, in Horthy era, and had been kept alive after World War II as well. Now Orban had been not part of this irredenta politics in the 90s. A bit similar to Poland. But in a bit of a different way. Only starts to embrace this at the end of the 90s and more importantly in the 2000s. And even though 2000s Orban had been very strongly anti-Russian, I'll cut that out and post, it's okay. So much so that it had been critical of pre-2010s government due closeness to Russia. This is interesting. However, the new far-right party of the 2000s growing up, party of MIEP, the one founded by Surka, gained importance. Mm-hmm. So we had a growing far-right opposition of Orban, which had been growing out to the strongest opposition in 2010s against Orban. We're very much embracing Irenda narratives. It embraced the Irenda narrative. Right. So Orban embraced some of these to not let his voter base bleeding out further right. Right. Mm-hmm. So basically what the Law and Justice Party tried to do a bit during the recent election cycle when it embraced a bit more of an anti-Ukrainian stance in order to not lose voters to the Confederacy, basically. Orban does a very strong anti-right-wing policies insofar as he attempts to eat all the smaller right-wing parties. Makes sense. Now what is interesting here, that now we have a new far-right party in the parliament against, again, Mi Hazang. Its leader had been a youth leader of the MIEP Tsurka's party. Which maintains the pressure Orban to not let this party strengthen and embrace the anti-Ukrainian narrative. Okay, so Orban is pressured not to let this party grow, and so he embraces anti-Ukrainian sentiments and narratives. Okay. So again, to not bleed out voters further right, Orban media circle quite much straight up embrace now irredenta narratives as well. Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. Similar politics have been played in Poland. I get it. So have narratives in recent publications that Antal Yosef, one who made the basically had been selling out Carpathia even though Ukraine wanted to give it to us. You could have played Zurka background. What? Okay, that is briefly the situation. Nice. If you've all enjoyed this segment, explaining why Hungary is anti-Ukraine right now, then press like, bell, and all that stuff. I'll have to edit it all heavily, but it's okay. Again, Orban very strongly had been anti-Russian. I might collect you some of the famous anti-Russian speeches. I would love that. I would love that. I would like that very much. But for now, we're gonna be ending stream because my throat kills me and I feel a bit ill. So thank you. Love and solidarity as always. We do love our non-binary siblings. Russian investment in Hungary, definitely have to talk about that. Random is perfect. Okay. I press end stream. If you want to do any last second donations, then that would be nice. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I'm gonna